Chapter 136. It could be said that today's barbaric bull's strength had already broken free from the shackles of basic martial arts. It had even surpassed the realm of perfection and entered a realm that no one had ever come into contact with. Ling Xiao named this realm Spirit Realm. As the name suggested, it was the realm of integrating soul power. Its power had already surpassed the high-level martial arts and was comparable to the entry-level top martial arts. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhe let out a cry of surprise. He really did not expect that Ling Xiao's understanding of martial arts had reached such a level. One must know that since ancient times, there were very few who could cultivate martial arts to the realm of perfection. Entering this realm that had never been seen before was something he had never heard of. This child's ability to comprehend was simply too astonishing. Although surprised, Lin Zhe did not say anything. After all, the realm was one thing, but the power was another. He really wanted to see what kind of effect this seemingly casual punch of Ling Xiao's could achieve. Moo! The barbaric bull let out a roar. Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped in the barbaric bull formed by the Gang Qi as he charged towards King of 10,000 People. King of 10,000 People could not help but sneer, "Ling Xiao, you think too highly of yourself. You actually want to create your own martial arts? Even a martial master might not dare to do so." Although he could see that Ling Xiao's punch was special, he did not take it to heart. But because of the lesson of losing to Ling Yixue, he still subconsciously put up a defense. Waving his fists, a shield made of Gang Qi appeared in front of him. King Kong Shield. That should be a rare realm top martial arts and a pure defense martial arts. How can a basic martial arts break through the defense? This was the real thought in the hearts of almost all the martial artists who were watching this battle. Ling Fifan also snorted disdainfully. "Idiot! Do you think this is the Ling family? You want to rely on basic martial arts to dominate?" Bang! Ling Xiao's fists landed on the King Kong shield. As expected, he could not move an inch. Beautiful! To everyone's astonishment, a cheer suddenly exploded near the ring. The spectators wanted to scold. Who was the idiot? How could this be a good cheer? How could this be called beautiful? But when they looked in that direction, they were dumbfounded. That was because the person who shouted that was none other than Lin Zhe. At this moment, everyone swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. But they still did not understand. This move had clearly been blocked by Myriad Human King. So why did Lin Zhe say it was good? He couldn't have said that to the king of 10,000 men, right? Lin Zhe didn't have such a good relationship with the king of 10,000 people. Puff! Just as everyone was puzzled, Wan Renwang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire person instantly became dispirited and listless. What's going on? The sudden appearance of this scene caused the martial artists with poor eyesight to be dumbfounded once again. "General, please forgive this subordinate's stupidity. What happened just now? Could it be that the king of 10,000 people was injured by Ling Yixue?" Lin Chen asked in confusion. "Don't you feel it?" The most terrifying part of Ling Xiao's punch was its attack on the soul. Lin Zhe said with a smile, "Talent, truly a talent. Little brother, looks like this general had eyes, but failed to recognize gold and jade. Your talent far surpasses anyone present, including this general." This evaluation was really too high. One had to know Lin Zhe broke through to the 9th level martial vein around the age of 30, unlocking 9 martial veins. He said that Ling Xiao's talent was even better than his. Didn't that mean that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to break through to the 9th level martial vein before the age of 30? General's wrong, love. Ling Xiao clasped his hands and said with a smile, the attack on the king of 10,000 people this time was merely his first attempt. Honestly speaking, he really didn't think that the king of 10,000 people would be so weak being beaten up by him to vomit blood in one move. He still had many moves that he had yet to display. For example, fusing the soul attack into the fallen star fist, fusing it into the double shadow sword art. Another example was that his martial soul had yet to be displayed. It ended just like that. No, what wrong, love? This general has never spoken empty words. You are indeed the most talented martial arts prodigy I have ever seen. Lin Zhe walked over excitedly, reaching out his hand and patting Ling Zhao's shoulder. He's a prodigy? Then what am I? Although the king of 10,000 people vomited blood, his injuries weren't considered serious. After all, he was a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level martial vein. Although his soul was injured, and it was very uncomfortable at this moment because of his anger, he actually temporarily forgot the pain on his soul. This general is Lin Zhe. If you are willing to join the border guarding general's residence, we will treat you as friends. Lin Zhe said to Ling Xiao with a smile. That attitude was completely like talking to an old friend that he hadn't seen for many years. When this sentence was said, it once again shocked all the martial artists present. General, this isn't too good, is it? Lin Chen was also a little jealous. After all, he had followed Lin Zhe for a very long time. At most, he was treated as a disciple by Lin Zhe. However, they had only met once, and Lin Zhe actually wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a friend. It would be strange if he wasn't jealous. Lin Chen, you understand me. You still need me to explain some things? Lin Zhe only glanced at Lin Chen and said indifferently. However, this sentence was like the evening drum and morning bell, instantly waking Lin Chen up. Although Ling Xiao was young, his talent was astonishing. Sooner or later, he would shock the Baiyun province, Northern Han, and even the human race's sacred dynasty. What was wrong with making friends with such a person? Although Lin Zhe was a high and mighty general and a master at the peak of the 9th level martial vein, he looked at problems from the perspective of development. He could see Ling Zhao's terrifying future. I am indebted to the general's great favor. Ling Xiao does not dare to accept it. Ling Xiao was still self-aware. Although his potential wasn't bad, potential was still just potential. Before it turned into strength, he couldn't be too arrogant. There's nothing to be afraid of. From now on, you Ling Xiao are my friend. If anyone dares to touch you, then they are going against me. Lin Zhe patted Ling Xiao's back twice and laughed loudly. He was really happy. After searching for many years, he still couldn't find a suitable successor. Now that he finally met one, how could he not be happy? Well, since it's like this, Ling Xiao won't refuse anymore. The first time was modesty. The second time was a bit disrespectful. Lin Zhe, a peak 9th level martial vein martial artist, was willing to be friends with you, and you were not willing? If this spread out, Lin Zhe would lose face. Besides, Ling Xiao was sincerely willing to be friends with Lin Zhe because he had always admired this general. Junior brother, it seems that we came to the Dragon Gate Harbor right this time. Ling Yixue revealed a smile more beautiful than plum blossoms in winter, which almost made the young martial artist dizzy. Seeing Ling Yixue's smile and Lin Zhe's attitude towards Ling Xiao, Ling Fifan simply couldn't bear it. On the stage, King of 10,000 people was also gnashing his teeth. By the way, Ling Xiao, I haven't officially invited you to join the border guarding general's mansion. Are you willing? In fact, Lin Zhe didn't need to ask this question, because he was the border guarding general. He was a peak 9th level martial vein martial artist. He didn't need to give Ling Xiao face, but he asked. Chapter 137. Ling Xiao is willing to go. In fact, There was nothing to hesitate about. In the White Cloud capital, the only place that could contend against the Heavenly Ninja Academy was the Border General's estate. Furthermore, he had always respected Lin Zhe. Being able to follow Lin Zhe to the White Cloud capital could be considered as fulfilling his childhood wish. Furthermore, the White Cloud capital was his next destination. Although he didn't need to pass through the Dragon Submission mountain range, the journey was long. With Lin Zhe around, even if he encountered any trouble, it should be easily resolved. Good. Brother Ling Xiao, on this trip to the Border General's estate, you will see many cultivators whose talent isn't inferior to yours. However, I still think that your temperament and comprehension of martial arts are better than anyone else's. Lin Zhe said with a smile. As long as you work hard enough, there will be a day when you can step onto the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Furthermore, there will be martial masters teaching you martial arts. It's completely different from staying in the Ling family. A martial master expert personally instructing him, this surprised Ling Xiao. He had been in the Ling family for so long, but he had never been instructed in cultivation by anyone. He had always been self-taught. He believed that with the guidance of a martial master expert, it would be much easier to comprehend many things. Although he was a little excited, it wasn't to the point where he lost control of his emotions. However, the surrounding people were extremely envious. One had to know that the Border General Lin Zhe was an expert on the same level as the governor of the White Cloud capital, Wan Ben. Even their authority was similar. However, the difference was that Lin Zhe was a martial general. He had many more experts under him than Wan Ben. In the entire White Cloud province, or even the entire northern Han, Lin Zhe was a legendary war god among cultivators. To be able to cultivate with such a person, how bright would one's future be? It was equivalent to stepping onto a brand new high platform. It could even be said that he was a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Perhaps he would soar into the sky soon. How could people not be envious? However, envy was just envy. Most cultivators understood that Ling Xiao had the qualifications. There were still many people who hadn't seen the Sky Peak Grand Assembly, so they weren't clear about Ling Xiao's strength. However, today's battle between Ling Xiao and the king of 10,000 people made them see the difference. They didn't even know how Ling Xiao had defeated the king of 10,000 people. Of course, there were also people who were unhappy. It could even be said that they were mad with jealousy. That man was Ling Fifan. Ling Fifan was very unhappy because Ling Xiao not only took away his title as the #1 disciple of the Ling family, but also took away his most beloved woman. Of course, this was only what he thought. In actuality, he had always been inferior to Ling Chen. Ling Yixue had never been nice to him either. Ling Fifan was just pretentious. He always felt that Ling Yixue should belong to him. He just couldn't let Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao be together. He clenched the illusion pill in his hand and jumped onto the stage. General Lin, this man is despicable and shameless. He stole my woman. Ling Fifan said loudly, "You're finally willing to jump out." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fifan indifferently and said, "That day when the Ling family suffered a great calamity, you were hiding outside. How dare you appear in front of me and Yi Shui? You are really shameless." "Humph, I wasn't in Tianfeng City that day, so I didn't know about the situation," Ling Fifan said. "Nonsense." Wang Zai stood up and shouted loudly, "Ling Fifan, others don't know, but I know that you were in Tianfeng City that day. When you saw the Ling family was surrounded, you ran faster than me. I am ashamed, but you are more shameless." "Wang Zai, you have to pay the price for talking nonsense." Ling Fifan stared at Wang Zai and said, "Don't scare me. My Wang family is almost destroyed by the ninja clan. My Wang family is the most useless one, so I can't take revenge. However, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue helped me to take revenge. I am timid, but I am not as shameless as you. Wang Zai went all out today and confronted Ling Fifan loudly. Ling Fifan, you said that junior brother took away your love. How ridiculous. When did I, Ling Yixue, admit that I am your woman? You are really conceited. Ling Yixue said it this time. Her words made Ling Fifan's face turn red. You shameless asterisk, 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 asterisk. Ling Fifan roared. You are courting death. Ling Yixue was no longer the Ling Yixue of the past. When she was in the Ling family, Ling Fifan was rude to her. Although she was angry, there was nothing she could do. But today, Ling Fifan still dared to do that. He was courting death. A white shadow flashed by. Ling Yixue grabbed Ling Fifan with one hand. Her beautiful hands were covered with a dense cold air. Senior sister, leave it to me, Ling Xiao said lightly. He did not want Ling Yixue to take action because every time Ling Yixue took action, her body would feel uncomfortable. It was naturally because of the soul force that did not belong to Ling Yixue in her mind. Fine. Ling Yixue naturally knew Ling Xiao's consideration. She did not want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, so she directly threw Ling Fifan on the stage and turned around and retreated to the side. Ling Fifan did not say anything. His purpose was to fight with Ling Xiao, and then defeat Ling Xiao with the help of the illusion pill. He wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had agreed to take action, it was unnecessary to talk nonsense. Unexpectedly, at this moment, one human king also jumped onto the stage. Ling Xiao, I was injured by Ling Yixue just now. That's why I vomited blood. Don't think that it's because you're powerful. Before you fight with him, fight with me again. You're really shameless. I forgot that you said that you want to apologize to the martial artists of Tianfeng City. Ling Xiao looked at one human king. Through this person, he could almost know what kind of character Governor Wan Ben was. If the subordinates that he sent were so shameless, then Wan Ben was probably not a good person. Apologize? I wasn't defeated by you. What's there to apologize for? One human king laughed. You mean that your injuries are healed now? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That's right. Then if you lose this time, there won't be any other excuses. Absolutely not. One human king also had a trump card. The reason why he dared to challenge Ling Xiao again was because he wanted to use his trump card. As for his so-called trump card, it was merely a broken martial soul that had been condensed to 20%. Of course, this was indeed very strong, provided that the opponent didn't have a martial spirit. Unfortunately, he really didn't know that Ling Xiao had a martial spirit, and currently, he had 3 martial spirits: Mountain River martial spirit, Cherry Tree martial spirit, and Dark Cloud martial spirit. All right, since that's the case, the two of you can come at me together. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He felt that he was a little soft previously. This time, he might as well beat the two of them until they couldn't fight back. The two of them together? This Ling Xiao is a little too arrogant. Yeah, one human king and Ling Fifan are both martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. He's only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. How can he win? I don't think so. Ling Xiao doesn't seem like the kind of person who is arrogant. Let's wait and see. He probably has something special. Many people below the stage felt that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant to fight Ling Fifan and one human king alone. However, there were still people who were full of confidence in Ling Xiao. For example, Wang Zhuozue. Chapter 138. General, aren't you going to stop him? Lin Chen asked worriedly. Ha ha! Lin Chen, I've told you before that there are talents in every generation, and each generation is stronger than the previous. Although Tianfeng City is a small place, it has given me a big surprise. Lindsay laughed and said, I'm afraid this Ling Xiao is not as simple as he looks. Learn more from him. Yes, General. Despite what he said, Lin Chen was still a little unconvinced, because Ling Xiao defeating Wan Renwang was too strange. He always thought that Ling Xiao was the one who injured Wan Renwang, and Ling Xiao was the one who took advantage of it. However, if Ling Xiao could really defeat Wan Renwang and Ling Fifan, he would be impressed. In the arena, Wan Renwang and Ling Fifan stood on one side. Ling Xiao stood on the other side. Although Wan Renwang was arrogant, he did not object to teaming up with Ling Fifan. He knew that he might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao easily. With Ling Fifan's help, it would be easier to win. As for Ling Fifan, he did not care how many people he teamed up with. His goal today was to kill Ling Xiao. Only when Ling Xiao was dead could the jealousy and hatred in his heart be dispelled. Moreover, the ninjas had said that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, he could have as many fantasy pills as he wanted. How could he object to such a good thing? Ling Xiao, although I don't want to team up with others, since this is your request, I won't stand on ceremony. As soon as the king of 10,000 men finished speaking, his aura gushed out. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. In that instant, a huge shadow appeared behind him. That's a broken martial soul? Yes, it looks like a strange martial soul. Why does it look like a ship? Yes, it looks like a broken ship. It's a ghost ship. That's right, Wan Renwang's broken martial soul was a ghost ship. In fact, the entire Wan family's martial spirit was the ghost ship. However, until now, only the patriarch, Wan Ben, had the complete ghost ship martial spirit. The rest of them were just remnant souls. Although the remnant soul was also a stage of the martial spirit, it really couldn't be compared to the perfect soul. It was only slightly stronger than ordinary martial artists. Compared to martial artists who possessed martial will, it didn't have much of an advantage. No wonder that attack didn't injure you severely. It turns out that you have a broken martial spirit. Ling Xiao now understood that even if it was a broken martial spirit, it could still greatly increase the strength of the soul. No wonder the barbaric bull's strength had only injured the king of 10,000 people, and it was only a light injury. Originally, the audience was a little worried that Ling Xiao would fight 1 against 2. The king of 10,000 people's display of the ghost ship's remnant soul made them even more worried. After all, the king of 10,000 people was a genius of White Cloud Prefecture. King of 10,000 men's ghost ship's remnant soul has reached 20%. Looks like I'll have to work harder. Lin Chen also had a broken martial spirit. Although there weren't many people in the human sacred dynasty who had a broken martial spirit, in a big place like the White Cloud capital, there would definitely be some. However, a broken martial spirit was still a broken martial spirit. Some people could cultivate a broken martial spirit to 99%, but they couldn't cultivate it to the perfect soul. Without reaching the perfect soul, a broken martial spirit couldn't be officially called a martial spirit. This was a very cruel thing, but it was also normal. After all, there were only a few people in the human race who had a martial spirit. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If they could all cultivate it to the perfect soul, then the human race wouldn't be so passive as they were now. On the field, the king of 10,000 people had already launched his attack. Ghost ship crossing. This was a martial arts move that matched the ghost ship's remnant soul. And it was a top-notch martial arts move. The king of 10,000 people roared and pushed his hands forward. Suddenly, the ghost ship's shadow behind him soared through the air as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves, rushing towards Ling Xiao. As the ghost ship flew, one could faintly hear a ghostly voice, which made one's hair stand on end. This move didn't need to get close to Ling Xiao. It could attack from about 10 meters away. The power was no different from getting close. Meteor Fist. Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of using his martial spirit. Facing the king of 10,000 people, he didn't see the need to use his martial spirit. However, when he used the Meteor Fist, his body underwent some changes. A huge ice demon shell enveloped his body, and that Meteor Fist also became incomparably huge. The originally fiery red meteor turned into a silver-white icy planet. Bang! The fist landed on the ghost ship. Suddenly, a strong wind shot out. The martial artists near the ring were caught off guard. A few of them were injured by the strong wind and had no choice but to retreat hastily. Whoosh! The ghost ship shattered. Ling Xiao stood proudly. However, the king of 10,000 people actually took a step back, his face pale. Although he didn't get close to Ling Xiao, the ghost ship was his broken martial spirit. When the ghost ship was destroyed in that instant, he was naturally injured too. This scene caused Lin Chun to be extremely shocked. It caused everyone below the stage to cry out in shock. That punch just now was only a high-level martial art, right? But its power is probably not inferior to a top-notch martial art. Nonsense to be able to shatter a broken martial spirit. Its power is definitely not weaker than a top-notch martial art. How is this possible? He's only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Even if he's challenging someone of a higher level, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. I suspect that he's hiding his strength. Definitely, there were people below the stage who understood. Although Ling Xiao looked like he was at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, in reality, to easily defeat the king of 10,000 people's ghost ship, he really needed to use the early 6th level of the martial vein. Since he had been seen through, he might as well not hide anymore. In any case, his true cultivation was at the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. His combat strength was already comparable to a half-step martial master. Even if he exposed his true cultivation, it wouldn't be a big deal. Bang! An aura exploded. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly rose, instantly rising from the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein to the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. He really hid his strength. But how did he hide it? It was so secretive that I couldn't see it at all. Humph, he's the #1 genius of Tianfeng City. How can you compare to him? Let's watch the next battle. This is going to be interesting. This is impossible. Seeing his ghost ship being shattered, the king of 10,000 people was furious and in disbelief. With a roar, his aura condensed again, and the phantom of the ghost ship appeared again. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The martial spirit could continue to condense until the martial artist's aura and soul force were exhausted. Of course, every time it condensed again, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Amidst the roar, the king of 10,000 people's aura continued to soar. Finally, he displayed all of his strength. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat him. Absolutely not. Ghost ship crossing. It was the ghost ship crossing again, but its power had more than doubled. The phantom of the ghost ship had also become more realistic. One could even see strange ghosts moving on the ghost ship. It could be said that once this move was executed, no cultivator below the half-step martial master level would be able to block it. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. Ghost Shadow Sword Technique Perfection. Chapter 139. Whoosh, whoosh. The 4 figures finally merged into one and stabbed the ghost ship. An ear-piercing sound rang out in the arena. Then, people were surprised to find that the ghost ship was pierced through by the sword and collapsed in midair. Novels, Wan Runwang let out a blood-curdling scream. He finally spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face became even paler. "Be careful!" A reminder suddenly came from below the stage. It turned out that Ling Fifan had been waiting for an opportunity to launch his own attack. He did not hold back at all in his attack. He immediately used the flying snow spear, which was the profound meaning of the transcendent martial arts that he had comprehended from the stone tablet. "Die, Ling Xiao!" In midair, Ling Fifan swallowed the illusion pellet, and his aura soared. The spear shadow also suddenly increased by several meters. "General, that Ling Fifan seems to have taken the fantasy pill. Should we stop him? It's very dangerous." Lin Chen looked at Lin Zhe and asked, "There's no need to rush. Let's wait and see. If Ling Xiao is in danger, you can make a move." Lin Zhe shook his head. He didn't want to ruin this battle. "Quick!" Ling Xiao didn't even look at Ling Fifan. He just pointed his finger behind him, and a sword shadow broke through the air. Just how terrifying was that sword strike? The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Puchi, Ling Fifan's shoulder, was penetrated by the flying sword. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't seem to be in any pain. He didn't even frown. "Ling Xiao, this person has consumed a special illusion pill. He no longer feels pain. If you want to stop him, you have to cripple him." Lin Chen said loudly. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Originally, he wanted to injure Ling Fifan for the sake of the Ling family, but now it seemed that he could only cripple Ling Fifan's martial arts. In any case, those who had taken the illusion pill would have their martial arts crippled sooner or later. They would have to start all over again. Thinking of this, the flying sword made a turn and left 4 bloody holes on Ling Fifan's body in an instant. Although Ling Fifan did not feel pain, his whole body was unable to move. He was lying there like a dead dog. Ghost ship explosion. While Ling Xiao was dealing with Ling Fifan, Myriad Human King had already recovered. His aura suddenly changed. His entire body was filled with the aura of terror and death. The phantom of the ghost ship condensed again, and this time it was different from the previous move. "General, the king of 10,000 men is going all out. It's better to stop him. Regardless of whether he dies or Ling Xiao dies, it's not good." Lin Chen was a little anxious. "Ling Xiao, restrain him. I know you can do it," Lin Zhe said. Although this was a little difficult, Lin Zhe had no other choice. Myriad Human King was Wan Ben's nephew. If he died, then the matter would be troublesome. He could not let anything happen to Ling Xiao. As a last resort, he would make a move. "Don't worry, General. I know what to do." Ling Xiao did not plan to kill King of 10,000 men. What he wanted was the ghost ship's remnant soul. He felt that this ghost ship was quite interesting. He could borrow it and use it first. It could be considered a pretty good martial art. Shadow King Kill. Ling Xiao suddenly moved. This move, Shadow King Kill, was actually a new move that he comprehended after cultivating the multiple shadow sword technique to perfection. The 3 shadow clones merged with the original body. Not only was it faster and stronger, but it was also more hidden. The explosive power was simply terrifying. This could be considered the ultimate move of the multiple shadow sword technique. It was a shadow that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. If it was night, then nothing could be seen. There was no sound, no trajectory. It was just a flash. The shadow flashed, and the sword was already there. What? There's actually such a move in the multiple shadow sword technique. Lin Zhe also stood up in shock. Actually, the general's residence also had this sword technique, but it did not have this move. Could it be that he comprehended it himself? This is a move that only martial arts masters have. Lin Chen was also dumbfounded. He knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate the multiple shadow sword technique. All along, because this multiple shadow sword technique could be used to attack clones, it had always been a sword move that the disciples of the border-guarding general's residence and Sky Enduring Academy liked very much. According to past records, this multiple shadow sword technique was not only powerful, but the trajectory of the moves could also be split and combined. It could be one-on-one or one against many. It was very flexible and easy to use. It could be said that it was almost invincible among the top martial arts. It was precisely because of so many benefits that there were naturally countless cultivators. However, it was a pity that although there were many geniuses in Bayun province, no one had ever succeeded in cultivating it. Some people went berserk while cultivating, some directly exploded and died. Some people were luckier and cultivated a clone, but could not fight. In the end, they could only choose to give up. Therefore, the multiple shadow sword technique went from a popular martial art to a martial art of little value that was shelved on the shelf. But who would have thought? In this small Tianfeng city, there was actually someone who cultivated it to perfection. Not only that, he even comprehended a sure kill move from perfection. This sure kill move was often only possible for martial arts masters to comprehend. This kid was really heaven-defying. While Lin Qin was in shock, Ling Zhao's attack already arrived in front of King of 10,000 people. A sword pierced into King of 10,000 people's body. King of 10,000 people's huge ghost ship phantom had yet to explode, and it already turned into nothingness. No one noticed that when Ling Zhao's sword pierced into King of 10,000 people's body, it also devoured King of 10,000 people's ghost ship remnant soul. Today, I'll spare your dog life. I hope you know how precious it is. Ling Xiao pulled out his sword and returned it to its sheath. There was actually not a trace of blood on it. Perhaps the sword was too fast. The blood did not even have time to stick to it. No. How could I lose? Where's my martial soul? What did you do to my martial soul? King of 10,000 people wanted to speak, but his throat could not make a sound at all. Ling Zhao's sword directly pierced through his body. His tongue was stuck with fresh blood. Although it was not to the extent of death, he could only be a mute for a while. Send young Master Wan for treatment. Lindsay stood up excitedly and laughed loudly. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be more outstanding than I thought. You were able to comprehend a sure kill move from the multiple shadows sword technique. This is more outstanding than many martial masters. Although after seeing Ling Zhao's attack, he was certain that Ling Xiao should be able to defeat the joint attack of King of 10,000 people and Ling Fifen. But to be honest, the battle was so easy that he did not expect it. He even felt that Ling Xiao should have some strength left that he had not used. As for how much strength he had left, he did not know. Ling Fifen knelt there. The viciousness in his eyes was gone, leaving only a dull look. Ling Xiao sighed and said to the Ling family martial artists who came with him, "Bring him back for treatment. He has taken the illusion elixir and must quit. Otherwise, his life will be over." Yes, Grand Elder. The two of them were martial artists in the 5th level of the martial vein. They were very respectful in front of Ling Xiao. After cupping their fists, they left with Ling Fifen. Grand Elder? Lindsay asked curiously. General, you must be joking. The Ling family suffered a catastrophe. Thanks to the young martial artists of Tianfeng City, we decided to abandon the family barrier and establish the Divine Sword sect. I was forced to be the Grand Elder. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Ha 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 ha, you're so young, and you're already a Grand Elder. It seems that I didn't misjudge you. Your calm old face should have been recognized by all the martial artists of the Ling family. Lindsay laughed loudly. Chapter 140. Although the Dragon Gate selection only recruited 2 disciples in the end. However, Lindsay was very satisfied. Ling Yishua was only 16 years old and was already a martial master in the early 7th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying. He was only in the middle 6th level of the martial vein, but he could easily defeat 2 peak 6th level martial artists. More importantly, Ling Xiao's ability to comprehend martial arts surpassed many martial masters. He had integrated soul attacks into martial arts and created the spirit realm above the transformative realm. He had even comprehended the killing move of the multiple shadows sword art. He didn't look like a 14-year-old child at all. He was simply a martial arts monster. Lindsay was very glad that such a child hadn't been snatched away by the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Instead, he had recruited him to the Border General's residence. Regardless of whether it was for the child's future development for Northern Han or for the human race's sacred dynasty, it was extremely beneficial. After the Dragon Gate selection, Lindsay's matter with the Dragon Gate also came to an end. The matter of the Dragon Gate destroying the illusion pills was still brewing. He believed that the ninjas wouldn't let this matter rest. However, Lindsay wouldn't let this matter rest either. The Dragon Gate was just the beginning. The destruction of the illusion pills had already become a huge problem for the sacred dynasty. The illusion pills caused a large amount of spirit stones to flow out of the sacred dynasty, causing the already declining human martial artists to find it even more difficult to cultivate. Sometimes, if one wanted to obtain low-grade spirit stones, one had to be a high-ranking official or nobleman. One might even have to rely on the foreign races. The illusion pills had also corroded the ruling body of the sacred dynasty. Many nobles, bureaucrats, and martial masters became even more greedy after using the illusion pills, aggravating the parasitic and rotten nature of the ruling body. They accepted bribes, covered up the smuggling of the illusion pills, and used various methods such as increasing rent and taxes to transfer the cost of the illusion pills to ordinary martial artists. This made it even more difficult for ordinary martial artists to maintain their high cultivation costs. It could be said that the biggest reason why many martial artists couldn't advance to the martial master realm was because of the illusion pills. In addition, the illusion pills severely weakened the combat strength of military martial artists. Some of the generals and soldiers of the sacred dynasty had also taken the illusion pills. For example, in the Tianfeng City Navy, not only did the officers and soldiers use the illusion pill, they also accepted large amounts of bribes. The Navy's patrol ships had actually made an agreement with the ninjas' Dreamy Elixir ship that every box of Dreamy Elixir will be paid with spirit stones or gold. A large number of anti-smuggling ships had even become Dreamy Elixir smuggling ships. It could be said that the fantasy elixir had destroyed the bodies of countless human warriors. Now, almost every town in the sacred dynasty would see places selling fantasy elixirs. This caused many martial artists to mistakenly consume it or be unable to resist the temptation and eventually become the ninja's puppets. Or he would become a cripple who lost all his martial arts. Such martial artists could be said to number in the thousands. It was precisely because Lindsay saw this problem that he proposed the decision to ban the import of fantasy pills. Although the sage emperor of the human race was young, he still had some backbone and supported Lindsay's decision. However, this matter was still fraught with difficulties. Tianfeng City's problem was solved. However, under the protection of the ninjas, Governor Wanben, and the local bureaucrats and sects, there were still many fantasy pill shops in the entire White Cloud province. Some of the bosses of the fantasy pill shops were directly from the ninjas, the blue-eyed race, and other races. Completely eliminating these people was not something that could be done in a short period of time. The convoy returning to White Cloud capital drove along the winding mountain path. Lindsay told Ling Xiao about this matter. Nurturing a martial artist was not only about nurturing their strength, but also about nurturing their correct mindset. If a peerless expert was nurtured who committed all sorts of evil, then the nurturing would probably be a failure. That was probably what Lindsay was thinking. So he felt that it was necessary for him to tell Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue about this matter. He wanted them to judge the situation of the fantasy elixir. He would not force the two of them to do anything, because that would only have the opposite effect. However, he would guide them with good intentions. All right, the two of you don't have to think too much. With your current strength, you won't be able to help me in destroying the fantasy elixir. Therefore, the key is to increase your strength. Lin Zhe laughed when he saw the serious expressions on their faces. This was also to ease the atmosphere. General Lin, you are already a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. Can't you do things according to your own ideas? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Sigh. Lin Zhe sighed and said, not to mention a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level martial vein, even if you step into the transcendent realm, how can you do whatever you want? The higher you go, the more you will know that there is always someone better than you. Transcendent realm? What exactly is this transcendent realm? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. He had seen martial artists at the peak of the 9th level martial vein, but he had yet to see a transcendent realm martial artist. Therefore, he was naturally very curious. Lin Zhe smiled and said, the transcendent realm is the realm of transcendence. To be more precise, it means that you have left your mortal body and stepped into a completely different realm. Your body will undergo some very special changes, and your lifespan will be greatly extended. It's a pity that I've only heard of it. Only when you truly reach the transcendent realm will you understand how powerful a martial artist of that realm is. I also yearn for it, but Ling Xiao, in this general's opinion, your chances of entering the transcendent realm are probably greater than mine. Ling Xiao was a little surprised when he heard this and couldn't help but ask, General, why do you say that? Intuition. Lin Zhe smiled and said, of course it's not just intuition. It can be seen from your perception. Generally speaking, martial artists who can enter the transcendent realm are martial artists who can comprehend profound moves from the transcendent martial arts at the martial master stage. And if I'm not wrong, you've probably already comprehended the profound moves of the transcendent martial arts, right? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. I won't hide it from General Lin. I've only comprehended 5 incomplete, profound moves of the transcendent martial arts. I'm still far from the complete transcendent martial arts. As he spoke, Ling Xiao couldn't help but recall the scene when he first comprehended the moves. Transcendent martial arts should be able to draw upon the power of nature. As for the transcendent realm, could it be that the body could borrow the power of nature? If that was the case, it was no wonder that Lin Zhe said that a human's physique and lifespan would undergo a huge change. The transcendent realm is incomparable. Those who can reach that realm are all martial grandmasters of their own sections. In the human sacred dynasty, there were too few transcendent martial artists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been bullied to such a state today. Lin Zhe sighed and said, if the human sacred dynasty is like this, then there's no need to mention the vassal state of Northern Han. As for the Baiyun province, this general has yet to see a single transcendent martial artist. As he spoke, Lin Zhe was clearly filled with melancholy and helplessness. How could he not want to advance to the transcendent realm? Unfortunately, it wasn't something that everyone could achieve. The reason why he took in young martial artists in the border-guarding general's estate was because he wanted to nurture a few talents for the Baiyun province, Northern Han, and even the human race. Chapter 141. What do I need to reach the transcendent realm? Ling Xiao asked, comprehension, body, and true yuan. You just need one of the three. Lindsay replied, "Of course, with all three, the possibility of reaching the transcendent realm is the highest. Your comprehension is definitely fine. In the future, you will have to focus on strengthening your body, or true yuan. If you really have the energy to spare, it's best to raise both at the same time. The stronger, the better." "I understand." From Lindsay's words, Ling Xiao understood a layer of meaning. Below the transcendent realm, it was actually a kind of tempering for the martial artist's body. The so-called comprehension was actually the effect of having a strong soul. In other words, soul power. Soul, body, and true yuan. These could be said to be the three paths of cultivation that a martial artist had to follow. Breaking through the limit of any one of these paths could allow one to reach the transcendent realm. From the first level to the 9th level of the martial vein, it was actually a kind of strengthening and tempering of the soul, body, and true yuan. Techniques were not that important. At this stage, techniques were used to protect oneself and allow one to reach the transcendent realm smoothly. "General, there's a situation." Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice came from outside the carriage. "Speak. A giant beast is blocking our way." "What level is it?" "It's a peak level 8 giant beast, but it seems to have a primordial bloodline. I'm afraid its combat strength is not lower than a beginner level 9 beast." Although Lin Chen's strength had not reached the martial master realm, his broken martial soul was very special. It could analyze the opponent's basic information. This ability was very similar to the first ability of Ling Zhao's Mountain River martial soul, but it was obviously a weaker version. However, among the many broken martial souls, this was already very good. Why was Lin Chen not a martial master, but he could follow Lindsay? It was not because his surname was Lin, but because of his broken martial soul. "Do you too want to see it?" Lindsay suddenly smiled and looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue in the carriage. Of course, Ling Xiao was a little excited. When he was cultivating in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he encountered the peak level 8 Herculean ape. In the end, he was chased by it and ran away like a rat. However, he was saved by a blue-clothed woman who killed a peak level 8 demonic beast with a single finger. And when the Ling family was surrounded, the corpse of the peak class 8 demonic beast also played a key role. Currently, the corpse of the Herculean ape was still preserved by Ling Xiao in the Mountain River world. In that world, it seemed that nothing would rot. This could also be considered one of Ling Xiao's killing moves. With this killing move, even if he encountered a martial master at the 7th level of the martial vein realm, he would still have the power to fight. It was a pity that this thing consumed too much soul force. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't dare to use it. Ling Yixue also jumped out of the carriage with Ling Xiao and looked at the giant beast blocking the road. It was a giant bull. Its 2 horns almost reached into the clouds, and it was more than 10 meters tall. Its huge body was terrifying to look at. When its 2 nostrils blew, it was as loud as thunder. Listening to it, there was a strange buzzing sound in people's ears. It was very uncomfortable. There is a mark on its forehead. It should be a demonic beast with a master. Humph, a rat hiding its head and showing its tail. Do you want to use this beast to probe my strength? Lindsay stood there and watched for a moment. He couldn't help but sneer and then waved his hand. A long saber appeared in his hand. This saber was more than 10 feet long. On the long hilt, there was a fierce tiger coiled around it. The blade was very sharp. At a glance, one could tell that this wasn't an ordinary weapon. At the very least, it was much more powerful than Ling Zhao's ice glass sword and breeze sword. That's the flying tiger crescent blade, a divine artifact. Lin Chen proudly said to Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue, "Divine artifact." Ling Xiao was indeed shocked. The ice-glass sword in his hand was only a mortal artifact, but it already made him very satisfied. Sure enough, the weapons in the hands of a peak 9th level martial vein realm martial artist were extraordinary. Evil beast, take this. Lindsay's speed wasn't very fast. Well, at least that was how it seemed to the crowd. But the strange thing was that his saber seemed ordinary and slow, but the giant bull couldn't dodge it. The giant bull wanted to dodge, but no matter how it tried to escape, the saber seemed to be able to lock onto it. Kacha! There was a loud sound. The giant bull's head was cut off as easily as cutting tofu. Terrifying. That's a peak 8th level demonic beast, the same level as the Herculean ape, but it was killed just like that. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the blue-clothed woman he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Well, that woman's strength should be stronger than General Lindsay. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao really felt a little scared. Lindsay was already at the peak 9th level martial vein realm. Could it be that the blue-clothed woman's strength had already reached the transcendent realm? Ha ha ha, great. Son, this giant bull is very nutritious. Let's set up camp in front tonight, and then roast the giant bull. Lindsay put away his saber and laughed heartily. Ling Xiao didn't laugh at this time, nor did he respond, because his mind was now completely focused on cultivation. Peak 9th level martial vein, transcendent realm, and now he couldn't even be considered a martial master. This made Ling Xiao feel a sense of urgency, a strong sense of urgency. When the night was dark, Ling Xiao also got some giant beef to eat. This giant bull had an ancient bloodline in its body. Although it was very faint, it was still very nutritious for a martial artist. Ling Xiao took advantage of the night to cultivate. In just one night, he had absorbed most of the giant beef, and his cultivation had advanced from the middle of the 6th level martial vein to the late 6th level martial vein. However, he had now changed the template to the early 6th level martial vein. This was not too low or too high, so as to avoid being targeted. In addition, he had used this power to perfect the ghost ship's remnant soul he had obtained from the king of 10,000 people to 30%. A 30% incomplete martial soul was extremely rare among the human clan's warriors. It's time to upgrade the 9 transformation golden body technique. Ling Xiao had more than enough gold in the Mountain River world, so he planned to start upgrading the 9 transformation golden body technique in the next period of time. This was because this defensive martial art had a terrifying strengthening effect on the body. Lindsay said that if he wanted to break through to the transcendent realm, it was best to combine the soul, body, and true essence to reach a certain height. He also planned to do the same. Although he could make a breakthrough in one aspect, it would definitely not be as good as making a breakthrough in all 3 aspects. According to his estimation, once he reached the transcendent realm, he would be able to cultivate whichever series of martial arts he made a breakthrough in. For example, there were transcendent martial arts that specialized in the soul, transcendent martial arts that specialized in the body, and transcendent martial arts that specialized in the true essence. If they couldn't advance together, then the loss would be great. Many transcendent martial arts might not be able to be cultivated. Lin Chen, did you see that? The reason why a genius is not only because his talent is high enough, but also because he knows how to endure hardships. Lindsay sat in the distance and was very satisfied when he saw Ling Xiao cultivating so hard. General, when we return to Baiyun Prefecture this time, can you let me start cultivating in seclusion? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Of course, there is competition, there is improvement. Chapter 142. In front is the White Cloud capital, Sky Cloud City. Novel. The journey on the horse carriage was indeed rather slow. 2 days later, Lindsay pointed to a black, the size of a fly several miles away, and said. Ling Xiao looked towards that direction, and it was really a wide expanse of flat land without any cover. Only in front of that black dot there seemed to be two huge mountains blocking the way, forming a narrow passageway. This was a good place which was easy to defend but hard to attack. In other people's eyes, all these were just blurry black dots. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, the situation was totally different. Under the state of soul engraving, the scenery from afar seemed to be magnified instantly. Those two lofty mountains became even clearer. On top of the two mountains, there were some defensive facilities, and near the mountain pass, there were also some troops stationed there. Looking through this narrow passageway, after about a kilometer or so, a majestic city came into view. This sky cloud city was built according to the mountains and looked as though it was floating in the air. Hence it was called Sky Cloud City. The structure of the city was totally different from Heaven Peak City, and it was 7 to 8 times bigger than Heaven Peak City, as though it was an ancient giant beast lying in the middle of the mountains. Whereas that passageway was more like the mouth of this giant beast, as though it wanted to swallow the people who came in. What a majestic city! Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. You can actually see the exact situation of the city. Lin Zhe was shocked when he heard that, because even if he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Marshall Vein, when he looked at Sky Cloud City from this position, it was merely a blurry shadow. The rest were even worse off, only seeing a black dot the size of a fly. Ling Xiao didn't explain further, and only nodded his head. Lin Chun, who was standing by the side, wasn't convinced. I don't believe that you can really see the exact situation from so far away. Then tell us more. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and told them about the general situation of Sky Cloud City, making the surrounding soldiers on horseback dumbstruck. You've been to Sky Cloud City before, right? Lin Chen still asked in disbelief. Ling Xiao didn't explain, but continued. Standing at the outermost part of the passageway is a man with a scar in between his brows, wielding a knife. Ha ha! Lin Chen, don't be unconvinced. He can even tell who is on duty today. This is talent. You can't compare to him. Even I have to admit defeat. Lindsay laughed heartily. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He thought that since they were about to arrive, he would see if Scar 6 was on duty later to find out if Ling Xiao was bragging. If he could even guess this correctly, then he would really be full of admiration for Ling Xiao. Because the guards stationed outside the city were rotated irregularly, so even if it was someone who stayed in Sky Cloud City for a long time, they would not be able to guess it. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This was because Scar 6 had already walked up to them and saluted. Originally, there were also some soldiers who were suspicious of Ling Xiao like Lin Chen, but now they all looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Scar 6, why are you on duty today? Lin Chen asked in a bad mood. Sigh. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Scar 6 was puzzled, until one of the soldiers told him that Ling Xiao saw the scar in between his brows from miles away. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. The carriages passed through the passageway and didn't meet with any obstructions. After all, with Lin Zhe's status, who would dare to obstruct him? As they walked along a long ramp into Sky Cloud City, Ling Xiao realized that this city was filled with top exponents. There were almost no ordinary people in Sky Cloud City. In this city, everyone would be checked to see which cultivation method was suitable for them the moment they were born. Then they would start to lay their foundations when they were 2 to 3 years old. By the time they were 7 to 8 years old, the worst was already at the first level of the Marshall Vein. It could be said that in Sky Cloud City, even the beggars on the streets were all practitioners. This was the disparity. One must know that in Sky Peak City, ordinary people accounted for more than 80% of the population. White Cloud Capital was indeed White Cloud Capital. The capital of White Cloud Province was indeed different from the rest. Sky Cloud City's citizens seemed to have a good impression of Lindsay. Along the way, wherever the carriages passed by, there would be people bowing towards the carriages, their faces brimming with smiles. It was as though their long-awaited loved ones had finally returned from the outside. Sky Cloud City's architectural style wasn't much different from Sky Peak City's, except that most of them were more majestic. The streets were paved with bluestones. Not only were they spacious, they were also flat. Even if 6 to 7 carriages were to pass through, there wouldn't be any problem. Ling Xiao even saw people riding on demonic beasts passing through the streets. The citizens didn't show any signs of panic. He curiously asked Lindsay. The answer he got was there were many people in Sky Cloud City who could tame demonic beasts. They could be used as battle strength or as mounts. Actually, Lindsay also had demonic beasts as mounts, and they could fly. But in order to take care of most people, he didn't use them. That's the border guarding general's residence. Suddenly, Lin Chen shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao raised his head and took a look. This general's residence wasn't as luxurious as he had imagined. It couldn't even be compared to the Ling family's mansion. As compared to the residences of many officials and nobles in Sky Cloud City, it was indeed a little shabby. General empathizes with the citizens, so the general's residence is built very simply. Lin Chen explained, but we're not going there. We're going to the army camp. General, shall I bring Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue to the army camp? He looked towards Lin Zhe and asked. Lin Zhe stood in front of the general's residence and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Ling Xiao, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to cultivate by my side, and no one will fight with you for cultivation resources. You might even be able to receive my personal guidance. The other is to enter the army camp and receive the same training as other geniuses. It's extremely tough, and you can only rely on yourself to fight for cultivation resources. I will not interfere. The latter. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before answering. Oh, why is that so? Lin Zhe was surprised, and pleasantly surprised. It's very difficult for flowers in a greenhouse to grow. Ling Xiao said faintly, when I was in the Ling family, I realized that including Ling Fifan, Ling Chen, and Ling Yun, they were all spoiled and lost the motivation to compete. So once they encounter a small failure, they would break down. He wasn't a masochist, but he understood that it was best for him not to live under Lin Zhe's protection. Otherwise, he would forever be a fledgling. Good. I, Lin Zhe, have not misjudged you. Lin Zhe smiled. Lin Chen, bring the 2 of them to report to the border army. You don't have to take special care of them. Come back after arranging for them to enter the latent dragon camp. Yes, sir. General, then we'll take our leave. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue bowed and left with Lin Chen. Before they left, Ling Xiao casually glanced at the 2 guards outside the border general's residence. They're both at the initial stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. Martial artists with such cultivation were only the guards of the border general's residence. Martial artists with such cultivation would definitely be the VIP of any clan in Tianfeng City. They could even be given the position of elder in some mid-tier clans. However, they were only guards here. Chapter 143. The latent dragon camp was where the geniuses in the military gathered. When Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue followed Lin Chen into the latent dragon camp, they realized this. The people here were all young. The oldest one they met was less than 30 years old. The weakest martial artist in the latent dragon camp was at the early stage of the 5th martial vein. It did not sound very powerful. However, it was clear after a comparison. The Ling family was one of the 4 major families in Tianfeng City. As long as one's cultivation reached the 5th martial vein, he would be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 5. Here, the early stage of the 5th martial vein was considered an ordinary disciple. Unless one was extremely talented, one could not enter the latent dragon camp without reaching the 5th martial vein. Ling Xiao did not know who was the strongest martial artist. However, he saw 4 or 5 martial vein masters above the 7th martial vein level in just a short while after entering the latent dragon camp. These people should be the instructors of the latent dragon camp. Although they were older, they were not more than 30 years old. Ling Xiao, Ling Yishua, there's a rule in the latent dragon camp. The better your results, the better food you can eat, stay in a better place, and learn under a better master. Lin Chen introduced as he walked. For the martial artists who just entered, the instructors are usually at the early stage of the 7th martial vein level. If your performance is good enough, it'll be easy for you to get guidance from a martial vein level 8 or even a martial vein level 9. Understood. Ling Xiao felt that this wasn't a problem. No matter where, no organization could be impartial. Geniuses needed special care. It was normal for mediocre people to be abandoned. The more capable you were, the more resources you would get. This was fair. Fairness was not equal. If everyone had the same resources, that would be truly unfair. The barracks of the latent dragon camp are in front. I believe you can see the difference. Lin Chen pointed at the barracks in front of them and smiled. Ling Xiao nodded. Even a fool could see that the barracks were divided into 3 categories. One of them was a shared dormitory. It was a tile-roofed house where all the warriors who had just arrived and the lowest level of the latent dragon camp lived. On the other side was a building made of brick and stone. The building was very beautiful, and it was a single room. Everyone had their own room. Although it was not big, it had its own independent space. And there was even a servant. Looking further up, there were actually 3 separate courtyards with 3 entrances and 3 exits. There was a courtyard, a room, a kitchen, a training room, and other facilities. There were also 3 maids and 3 servants. I won't explain it further. The latent dragon camp is not a place for idlers. It's a place for cultivating talents. The 3 independent courtyards and the 7 stone houses are the rewards for outstanding warriors. Lin Chen smiled. I heard that General Lindsay has 12 young generals under his command. The youngest is only 16 years old, and the oldest is less than 30 years old. Are they also from the latent dragon camp? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. These 12 young generals are all from the latent dragon camp. Some of them are good at leading troops in battle. Some of them are good at martial arts that can kill a person in 10 steps, and some of them can appear and disappear unpredictably and take the enemy's head in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. Lin Chen nodded and said, outside, they're also known as the 12 Tiger Guards. The 12 Tiger Guards should all be martial masters, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. They're all top geniuses from the latent dragon camp. There also are role models. I hope that you and I can become Tiger Guard generals one day. When Lin Chen said this, he was very excited. It seemed that in his heart, he really admired the Tiger Guard general. Ling Xiao smiled but did not answer. To him, the Tiger Guard general was just a goal for a certain stage. In fact, since he knew that there was a transcendent realm in this world, he had been working hard toward that goal. As for what was after the transcendent realm, he did not know, and there was no need to think about it. It would not be too late to think about it after he reached the transcendent realm. For now, it was better to stay in the latent dragon camp and improve his strength. Here, Even the most ordinary martial artist could receive more resources and pointers than the best martial artists in the Ling family. Therefore, the possibility of advancing had increased a lot, which made him more determined to stay. Lin Chen, did you bring back new people this time? On the way, many people recognized Lin Chen and greeted him. Yes, 2 geniuses personally selected by the general. Lin Chen smiled. Every time Lin Chen said this sentence, the young warriors who were hurrying on their way would stop and look at Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue with unfriendly gazes. Brother Lin, those words of yours have made us a lot of enemies. Ling Xiao smiled. It's okay. This kind of thing can't be hidden from the latent dragon camp. They'll find out sooner or later. Actually, it's not really making enemies. They just heard that the 2 of you were personally selected by General Lindsay, so they definitely want to know why you're here. Just show them a little. Lin Chen said nonchalantly, in the latent dragon camp, it's impossible to keep a low profile unless you're willing to accept the worst food, the worst accommodation, the worst instructors, and the worst resources. That's true. Ling Xiao thought that since it was his first time here, he wanted to keep a low profile. However, after hearing Lin Chen's words, it seemed that it was impossible to keep a low profile. If he chose to keep a low profile, it meant that he would always be at a disadvantage when competing with others. He was not stupid. If he insisted on torturing himself, he would be an idiot. It's good that you understand. Lin Chen continued. One more thing, I have to warn you. Although the latent dragon camp is General Lindsay's territory, there are many people from the Sky Ninja Academy and Governor Wan Ben in there. If they know about what happened in Tianfeng City, they'll definitely target you. You must be careful. I know. Aren't you surprised? Lin Chen was surprised. There's nothing to be surprised about. With the ninja's abilities, it's not difficult to sneak into the latent dragon camp. With the help of Governor Wan Ben, it's even easier. Ling Zhao's face suddenly turned cold as he said this. He continued, it's fine if they're obedient. However, since they dared to provoke me, I'll help General Lin get rid of these scourges. If someone who possessed the Mountain River martial spirit did not have this much confidence, then he was not worthy of the Mountain River martial spirit. He did not dare to say anything about warriors above the martial master level. However, he was not afraid of warriors below the martial master level. What monstrous genius! In front of him, all of them were mere mortals. Although he looked calm and experienced, the passion and ambition in his heart were no less than anyone else's. He would never forget the humiliation he suffered when he was a beggar. He would never forget the scene of his beggar relatives being killed. He would also never forget the Ling family being surrounded and almost in a desperate situation. Everything was related to strength. If he was strong enough, he would not be bullied. If he was strong enough, he would be able to protect his family. If he was strong enough, who would dare to attack his family in front of him? Strength was everything. Everything else was meaningless. Ha ha ha, domineering. I like people like you. Chapter 144. Greetings, General Jiuyu. Lin Chen immediately cupped his hands and bowed. Lin Chen, you don't have to be so courteous with me. These 2 must be the geniuses that Marshal Lin picked from Tianfeng City. All right, leave them to me. Go do your work. I know that you're a busy man, General Jiuyu said with a smile. All right, but General Jiuyu, Marshal Lin said that there's no need to take special care of them. You understand? Lin Chen said after some thought. Marshal Lin is still so heartless. General Jiuyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lin Chen smiled and cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue before leaving. I'm one of the 12 Tiger Guard generals. We're divided according to the months, so I'm Jiuyu. You can call me Jiuyu. There's no need to call me General. Jiuyu was a straightforward person, Ling Xiao liked to make friends with people like him. I'm Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue. Both of them introduced themselves. All right, follow me. I'll bring you to get some daily necessities, and then we'll go to your accommodation. I'll also tell you the rules of the latent dragon camp. Jiuyu did not waste any time. He led Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue to the warehouse. Along the way, he told them the basic rules of the latent dragon camp. The rules were simple. First, they had to apply for permission to leave the camp at least 7 days in advance. They could only leave after getting permission. Second, there was no equality here. There was only fairness. Everything had to be fought for by oneself. No one could help you. Third, the latent dragon camp was a place to nurture martial artists. Not only would they not stop sparring, but they would also encourage it. However, all sparring and fighting must not kill or injure. Lastly, there was one more point. They were not allowed to bully the weak with numbers. All sparring and fighting had to be agreed upon by both parties. Through these 4 rules, it could be seen that the Border General's mansion was much more protective of the weak martial artists than the Ling family. Being temporarily weak did not mean that they would be weak forever. They would be grateful to be protected and would be more willing to help in the future. On the contrary, if he ignored them, it would definitely cause resentment in their hearts. Sooner or later, something big would happen. In fact, in comparison, Ling Xiao preferred the second rule. Everything had to be fought for by oneself and not be given out by others. This was relatively fairer, and martial artists would be more motivated. After receiving the 2 sets of training uniforms from the latent dragon camp, Jiuyu brought Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue to their residence. Considering the difference between men and women, the latent dragon camp also separated a row of bunks for the girls. Therefore, Miss Yixue didn't have to worry about sleeping or bathing. Jiuyu pointed at the rows of shared beds and introduced them. The food in the bunk isn't bad, but it's not delicious either. It can only ensure that you're full. Furthermore, because there are more people, the instructor can't teach you alone. Usually it's a group lesson, and then you can comprehend it on your own. Furthermore, the instructor is at most a martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. In addition, there will be a monthly expenditure of 100 silvers, as well as 10 gang chi pills and 1 piece of lower-grade spirit stone. The food in the individual bunk is much better. Not only is the nutrition balanced, there are various choices. Moreover, everyone will have an individual martial master to guide them, and that person is at the 8th level of the martial vein. In addition, there will be a monthly expenditure of 10,000 silvers, as well as 100 gang chi pills and 10 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. As for the 3 individual bunks, it's even better. As long as it's something that you can find in Sky Cloud City and can afford, you can eat it. You can even enter and leave the military camp freely. The first rule is invalid to them. Of course, the other 3 rules still need to be followed. In addition, the most important thing is that they will have individual martial vein, 9th level martial masters to guide them. They can even receive individual guidance from Marshal Lin. In addition, there will be a monthly expenditure of 10,000 silvers, as well as 1,000 gang chi pills and 100 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. Not knowing if it was because Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue were brought here by General Lindsay, Jiuyu was very patient with them and introduced the basic situation of the latent dragon camp in detail. The difference is so huge. If I want to stay in a better place, can't I just challenge them directly? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. If a lower-level disciple challenges a higher-level disciple, the other party must accept it. Unless they are injured or sick, you can challenge whoever you want to get the individual bunk. It's the same if you want the individual bunk. Jiuyu nodded. All right, I understand. Thank you, General Jiu Yu. Ling Xiao understood, tacitly, but he wasn't in a hurry to challenge them. It wouldn't be too late to challenge them after he had familiarized himself with the situation here. Although he was very interested in the rewards of the higher-level disciples, Ling Xiao wasn't a reckless person. He wasn't sure of the specific abilities of the individual bunk and individual bunk practitioners. If he were to challenge them rashly and fail, it would definitely affect his future path as a practitioner. Let's go quickly. Someone wants to challenge the captain of the 10th team. Just as Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue were preparing to return to their bunks to rest, there was a commotion over there. What does the captain of the 10th team mean? Ling Xiao asked Jiu Yu curiously. There are a total of 10 individual bunks. Not only do they represent the 10 outstanding geniuses of the latent dragon camp, but they are also the captains of the 10 squads. Whoever stays in the bunk will be the captain, and the people under him will have to listen to him. Jiu Yu explained. As for the 3 individual bunks, they are the head captains and their deputies. You must have noticed that the bunk in the middle is better than the ones on the sides. Then you are... Oh, I'm sort of a military governor. I'm in charge of supervising the latent dragon camp. After all, these people don't have much experience. It's better to have an experienced helper. Jiu Yu replied with a smile. All right, I've told you everything that needs to be said. You guys can do whatever you want. However, I suggest that you guys go over and watch the commotion. You guys can get a rough idea of the strength of the latent dragon camp so that it'll be easier for you guys to challenge them in the future. Thank you, General Jiu Yu, for your advice. If you have something to do, please go ahead. We're fine with it. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, That's good. Jiu Yu smiled and turned to leave. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue didn't enter the bunk. Instead, they went to watch the commotion with their training clothes. This was the first battle that they saw after coming to the latent dragon camp. Naturally, they had to pay more attention and not miss it. There was still some distance between the individual bunk and the bunk. However, both of them walked quickly. When they arrived, the battle hadn't started yet. TSK. Today's battle is interesting. Zhang Yuan has only been here for 3 days, and he dares to challenge the captains. There were many people watching the commotion, but most of them were disciples from the bunk. This Zhang Yuan can't be underestimated. He's only 16 years old, but he's already a martial artist at the peak of the 6th martial vein level. He's definitely talented. It's said that this kid has already condensed 99% of his sword essence. He's almost able to condense 10% of the broken sword soul. No wonder he's so arrogant. However, the 10 captains aren't easy to deal with. They're not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao observed the disciples from the bunk. Just as he had guessed, most of them were at the 5th martial vein level and above. There were also many at the 6th martial vein level. There were even a few who were at the peak of the 6th martial vein level. These people weren't old. The oldest was only 16 or 17 years old, and the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old. The latent dragon camp was indeed worthy of its name. Any one of the martial artists here was qualified to compete for the title of Tianfeng City's 4 young masters. Fortunately, he came out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see the sky if he stayed at the bottom of the well. Chapter 145. There was not much difference in strength between the 10 individual rooms and the 10 captains, but there was definitely a gap. In order to give these people more motivation to improve, there was a difference in treatment between the 10 individual rooms. Of course, the difference was not as big as the difference between the 3 levels. It was a gradual process to go from the 10th to the 1st. Zhang Yuan was a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, which was the same cultivation as the 10 captains. He came from a town similar to Tianfeng City and was considered the #1 genius there. It was inevitable for him to be arrogant. Even so, he did not dare to challenge the captains at the top. Instead, he chose the 10th captain, the weakest one. Of course, according to him, this was called a sword test. If he succeeded, he would challenge the martial artists at the top. "You want to challenge me?" The door of the individual room opened, and a man and a woman walked out. The man was the 10th captain, Ayn Rand, and the woman was his maid. The maid was usually carefully selected by the general's mansion. She was not weak and very loyal. Ayn Rand was a tall and thin man. He looked as if he would fly away with a gust of wind. His face was pale, and he did not smile. He even kept coughing as if he was terminally ill. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was relieved. He smiled and said, "I'm Zhang Yuan, a new disciple of the latent dragon camp. I'm here to learn from you." Zhang Yuan did not have Ling Zhao's insight, so in his eyes, Ayn Rand was just a sickly man. However, Ling Zhao could see that Ayn Rand's strength was terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than Lin Chen. He should also have a broken martial soul. His sickly condition was most likely related to his damaged martial soul, and not a serious illness on his body. Ling Zhao could see that Ayn Rand's vitality was very strong. He did not look like he was dying at all. "Learn from me? Don't be so polite. Make your move. If you win, this room and the maid are yours." Ayn Rand put on a pair of gloves while coughing. Obviously, the gloves were not ordinary gloves. They should be made of precious materials, such as silk. Together with his earth energy, they were as tough as swords. That's good. Ling Zhao challenged Ayn Rand for a house and a maid, as well as better treatment and a better instructor. Since Ayn Rand was so sensible, there was no need to talk nonsense. His figure suddenly swayed, and the long sword in his hand trembled. A stunning sword technique was displayed. 9 sword of flowing cloud. The sword art was a top-notch entry-level martial art, and so was the body art. Moreover, both of them had already been cultivated to perfection. No wonder this person dared to challenge a captain-level warrior. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. If such strength was placed in Tianfeng City, then besides Ling Zhao and Ling Yixue, no one would be able to suppress him. Ayn Rand only glanced at it indifferently. Her expression didn't change at all. Then she gently slapped out with her palm. Transforming Bone's soft palm. His palm technique was very strange. It seemed light and without any power, but wherever the palm wind passed, there was actually an aura of death. A fallen leaf accidentally landed on the palm wind and instantly rotted and withered. It was also a top-notch entry-level martial art, and they were both at perfection. However, Ayn Rand's understanding of martial arts was clearly better than Zhang Yuan's. This palm strike was aimed at the weakest part of Zhang Yuan's sword art. Clang! Bang! When the top-notch martial arts of the same realm met, Zhang Yuan's expression changed. He quickly retreated, but even so, his right hand that was holding the sword was still trembling. He was about to throw the sword to the ground. Not only that, but a part of his sleeve was also clearly corroded. Astonishment! Horror! It was hard to describe Zhang Yuan's current mood. Although they were both at the same realm, there was actually such a huge difference in attack power. This could only mean that there was a huge gap between their martial arts techniques. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. Ayn Rand didn't have his mountain river martial soul, but he was still able to catch his opponent's flaw. This kind of person was very scary. Transforming Bone Wind. Ayn Rand didn't give Zhang Yuan any time to be surprised. After his first strike succeeded, he immediately followed up with a second strike. It was still the Transforming Bone soft palm, but there were some changes to the technique. The palm wind became more sinister, and even through his palms, one could faintly see a black aura emerging. This kind of aura made the martial artists who were watching the battle shudder. Some people even had auditory hallucinations, as if there were cries of ghosts and howls of wolves in their ears. 90% sword intent. Break. It was too late for Zhang Yuan to dodge. He didn't advance, but instead retreated. He increased his sword intent to 90%, and the transforming bone-soft palms attack on his mind instantly dissipated. He stabbed his sword, trying to turn the tables. Sinister, wind step. However, Ayn Rand seemed to have predicted this move. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Zhang Yuan. Transforming blood explosion. An even more terrifying martial arts technique was displayed. Ayn Rand's right hand was wrapped in a ball of blood-red light, and one could actually see a faintly discernible skull. A terrifying aura spread out, and many of the spectating disciples were shocked and retreated. With this, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue, who were originally standing at the back of the crowd, became the ones standing at the front. Wow, this transforming blood explosion should be a killing move that he comprehended from the transforming bone-soft palm. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. The 10 captains are all monsters. Their innate comprehension is too terrifying. I'm afraid none of us can block this palm. Don't forget that Ayn Rand hasn't used his Ayn spirit remnant soul yet. Everyone's expression changed when Ayn Rand's remnant soul was mentioned. In fact, from Ayn Rand's attack style, it could be seen that he was an expert in evil martial arts techniques. There was no distinction between good and evil martial arts techniques. If this martial arts technique was used for good, it would naturally be a good martial arts technique. However, if it was used for evil, it would become an evil martial arts technique. This was also the reason why Ayn Rand was not kicked out of the latent dragon camp. Zhang Yuan won't be able to block this palm. Ling Xiao sighed. Now, he somewhat understood why Zhang Yuan dared to challenge a captain-level martial artist despite there being so many shared sleeping disciples. It was because the longer one stayed in the latent dragon camp, the more one would understand how terrifying the 10 captains were. Zhang Yuan was new and had only been here for 3 days, so he didn't know about this. Therefore, he had the boldness of a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. However, boldness was boldness, and strength was strength. It was normal for a newborn calf to be eaten by a tiger. 100% sword intent, drifting cloud burial. At this critical moment, Zhang Yuan unleashed all of his potential. 100% sword intent was close to 10% of his remnant soul. Drifting cloud burial was the most powerful technique in the 9 drifting cloud swords. This sword seemed like it was going to pierce through the sky. The terrifying sword intent condensed on the long sword, forcing the surrounding disciples to take a few steps back. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue were standing in front of each other. It was very abrupt. Boom. The tip of the sword was blocked by a palm. The two of them clashed again. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that something sinister suddenly appeared behind Ayn Rand before disappearing in an instant. The moment that thing appeared, Ayn Rand's attack suddenly became much more powerful. That thing looked like a skeleton wearing a cloak. Its eyes were glowing red, and it was holding a book in its hand. It looked very evil. It should be Ayn Rand's remnant soul, Ayn's spirit remnant soul. Chapter 146. Ah! Zhang Yuan screamed as his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Not only that, but his clothes were also rotting. It was a horrifying sight. Ayn Rand had borrowed the power of the Ayn spirit remnant soul and was extremely powerful. Zhang Yuan could not block it even with his 100% sword essence. If it wasn't for the 3rd rule in the latent dragon camp, you would have become a pile of rotten meat by now. The 3rd rule was that no one was allowed to kill or cripple someone. Yin Ran glanced at Zhang Yuan and stood there with his palm. His gloomy eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. The gap between them is too big. The onlookers could not help but sigh. That's right. He's clearly at the same level of cultivation, but he defeated Zhang Yuan effortlessly. Of course, a martial artist with a 20% incomplete martial soul has a huge advantage over a martial artist without a martial soul. Ling Xiao listened to these people's discussions, but he had a different opinion. In fact, Yin Ran could have defeated Zhang Yuan even without using the Yin spirit remnant soul. He just needed to spend more time. Yin Ran had two advantages other than his incomplete martial soul. First of all, his combat skills were clearly derived from actual combat, and were definitely not something that a so-called genius like Zhang Yuan could compare with. Secondly, Yin Ran had a high comprehension ability. There were not many martial artists who could comprehend a killing move from martial arts. He was one of them. If the 10 captains of the latent dragon camp were all at this level, it would be terrifying. However, Ling Xiao had a feeling that Yin Ran was hiding his strength. He could sense a trace of a martial master's aura from him. Yixue, let's go. Ling Xiao had seen the captain's strength, so there was no need for him to stay. Stop. Yin Ran's gloomy voice was heard. Captain Yin, what can I do for you? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Yin Ran was not a martial master, so he was not afraid. Since the two of you have come out, and I have come out of my room, why don't you play with me? Yin Ran said. Ling Xiao looked around and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that while everyone else was retreating, only he and Ling Yixue remained in their original positions, so it really looked like they were taking the initiative to step forward and challenge him. Of course, he didn't need to explain, nor did he want to. Challenging a captain was something that would happen sooner or later. Since the other party had made such a request, what was next was to follow. Junior brother, leave him to me. Ling Yixue smiled. To be honest, Ling Yixue was introverted. She didn't like to live with others, so she had long wanted a single room. However, she was kind and didn't know who to challenge. Now that Yin was asking for a beating, she didn't need to be so conflicted. Fine. Ling Xiao did not object, because at present, Ling Yixue was stronger than him, and dealing with Yin Ran was a piece of cake. Even if Yin Ran had the remnant soul of a Yin spirit, it would be of no help. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. This little girl actually wants to challenge Yin Ran. I think he doesn't know what's good for him. Miss, be careful. This guy is very strange. Zhang Yuan had already changed his clothes. Anyway, he had a storage ring, so it was very convenient to change clothes. Seeing Ling Yixue's beauty, almost everyone would have a good impression of her, so it was normal to remind her. Thank you. Ling Yixue only nodded slightly, then looked at Yin Ran and said, You can make your move. Yin Ran revealed a sinister smile and said, Although I don't like to fight with women, since you want to come, then come. As a man, I'll give you the chance to make the first move. Ling Yixue sighed and said, Alas, why do some people just don't know how to cherish opportunities? As soon as she finished speaking, she had already rushed out. In just an instant, Yin Ran froze on the spot. His entire body was cold, and he couldn't move at all. Ling Yixue was a martial master. Even if she was only at the early 7th level of the martial vein, she was much more terrifying than a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Martial master. Heavens, no wonder this girl is so confident. She's so strong. Yin Ran is too unlucky. How did he offend such a monster? Ling Yixue returned to her original position. After a moment, Yin Ran also broke free from the frost. He solemnly cupped his hands towards Ling Yixue and said, I'm sorry for my rudeness. Yin Ran had eyes, but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This house is yours. Ha ha ha. Miss, his house is filled with inchi. It's not comfortable to live in. Why don't you live with me? Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. It's the ninth captain, Tian Guang. This guy is the most lecherous. His qigong is terrifying. Even many martial masters at the early 7th level of the martial vein can't catch up to him. No wonder he dared to come over and tease this girl even though he knew her strength. Hee, there's a good show to watch. Ling Yixue didn't say anything because Ling Xiao spoke up. Ninth Captain, Tian Guang, I'm just worried about a house. Why don't you give me your house? What? Did I hear wrong? You want to challenge me? Tian Guang looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Among the 10 captains, he was one of the most difficult to deal with. If he couldn't win, he could run. No one could catch up to him. Usually, the common sleeping disciples wouldn't choose him. It was too strenuous and unrewarding. Yin Ran also looked at Ling Xiao curiously. After fighting with Ling Yixue, he no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. However, the others still laughed out loud. They felt that Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. What do you think you are? Do you think you're stronger than me? Don't embarrass yourself. Zhang Yuan was very concerned about Ling Yixue. However, he wasn't so nice to Ling Xiao. This was probably the so-called, repel-like, and opposites attract. Ling Xiao ignored Zhang Yuan. He had seen a few of these frog-in-the-well geniuses. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He looked at Tian Guang and said, "The 4th rule of the latent dragon camp is that if a low-ranked disciple challenges a high-ranked disciple, the high-ranked disciple can't refuse unless the high-ranked disciple is seriously injured or sick." Brat, you're pissing me off. This happened in the latent dragon camp. If it happened outside, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Tian Guang used to be a womanizer. Lin Zhe recruited him to the latent dragon camp because he wanted him to turn over a new leaf so that he wouldn't ruin such a talented person. Unfortunately, it wouldn't take a day or two for him to change. Tian Guang's nature was hard to change. Not only was he lecherous, but he was also ruthless. When he said he would kill someone, he wasn't just talking about it. Ling Xiao didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Ling Yixue and said, "Senior sister, let's change rooms later." Ling Yixue blushed and lowered her head. "You have the final say. F***CK. It's like a fresh flower being stuck in a pile of cow dung." "I'm so jealous. Where did this brat get such good luck to be favored by such a beauty?" "Humph, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. If he doesn't have the strength to be appreciated by a beauty, it'll be a curse." There were all kinds of discussions, but Ling Xiao ignored them. Chapter 147. Whoosh! Tian Guang suddenly moved. He was so fast that one could only vaguely see his afterimages on his path. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The scimitar in his hand slashed towards Ling Xiao's body. He was very confident in his saber technique. He could definitely injure Ling Xiao slightly, but at the same time make him lose his ability to fight. That kid is finished. Yes, even if they are similar in strength, he can't use his saber technique against Captain Tian Guang's speed. Serves him right. He overestimated himself. "Kid, I know you're a genius that General Lin found, but here you have to rely on your abilities." Tian Guang sneered. His scimitar was about to cut Ling Xiao's body. Suddenly, the figure in front of him disappeared. "Who are you talking to?" Behind him. Tian Guang was shocked. "What the hell? How did this kid suddenly appear behind me? Could it be that his body technique is faster than mine? Could it be that I didn't see him clearly? Was it an illusion? No, his body technique was too fast. The young men who were watching the battle no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. His body technique alone was enough for him to gain a foothold in the latent dragon camp. Blood Moon Saber Technique. Tianguang was not a bad person. Although he was shocked by Ling Zhao's sudden appearance behind him, he was not prepared. At this critical moment, he did not panic and casually slashed his scimitar behind him. It was the Blood Moon Saber Technique, a top-notch entry-level saber technique. The Blood Moon Saber Technique was known for being unpredictable. It could be used from any position. In the latent dragon camp, many martial artists were defeated by Tianguang's saber technique. Even the few captains who were ranked at the top would have a headache when they saw this saber technique. This showed how difficult it was to deal with this saber technique. In particular, Tianguang's body technique and saber technique were a perfect match. Others could not tell, but they could tell that Tianguang's saber technique contained the mysterious power of his martial soul. However, it was still a remnant soul. At that instant, Ling Zhao vaguely saw a thin old man behind Tianguang. The old man looked no different from an ordinary person, except that he held a scimitar in his hand that was almost identical to Tianguang's scimitar. In the sacred dynasty of the human clan, there was an expert who used a machete. He was known as Ancestor Blood Machete. This person was already a transcendent realm expert, but because he killed too many innocent people, he was killed by an even stronger martial artist. Who would have thought that after this person's death, his remnant soul would not dissipate and would actually become Tianguang's broken martial soul? For a long time, humans had never fully understood how a martial soul was formed. They only knew that it was a type of spiritual energy. It could be said that the martial soul was the most mysterious and magical thing in the world. With the blessing of Bloodblade's remnant soul, the power of Tianguang's slash had increased significantly, including its speed and power. It even contained a murderous aura that could make people dizzy. This killing intent definitely didn't come from Tianguang himself, but from his broken martial soul. Your broken martial soul is interesting, but it's still useless in front of me. Ling Zhao hadn't used King of 10,000 Humans' ghost ship remnant soul since he obtained it. Today, he planned to test the power of this remnant soul in his hands. Ghost ship crossing. He shouted in a low voice, and a shadow appeared behind him. A ghost ship whizzed toward Tianguang's machete. The color of this ghost ship was obviously more realistic than King of 10,000 Humans. As it whizzed, it was as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Even the giant beasts in the sea would be smashed into pieces. Clang! Tianguang's machete was almost deformed from the collision. He also flew backward with his, but facing the sand, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the air, he somersaulted a few times to avoid falling to the ground. He staggered and stood there. You've already lost. Ling Zhao stopped attacking. He had just arrived and didn't want to offend anyone. I haven't lost yet. I didn't expect you to have a broken martial soul. Then let's compete and see whose remnant soul is more powerful. Ling Zhao wanted to save some face for Tianguang, but Tianguang didn't appreciate it. As he roared, the shadow of Blood Knife Ancestor behind him became more and more realistic. 20% broken martial soul. I haven't seen Tianguang use this kind of broken martial soul against a common room disciple. It's rare to see a human-shaped remnant soul. The surrounding people started discussing. That kid's remnant soul should be the ghost ship's remnant soul of the Wan family. How could he have it? Is he from the Wan family? What a joke. The Wan family has the ghost ship's remnant soul, but it doesn't mean that the ghost ship's remnant soul is exclusive to the Wan family. The world is big, and we've broadened our horizons today. Ling Zhao wasn't worried about the use of the ghost ship's remnant soul, because as this person said, the ghost ship's remnant soul wasn't exclusive to the Wan family. Tianguang, since you want to continue, I'll accompany you to the end. Since someone didn't want to give him face, Ling Xiao didn't need to be polite. Ghost ship breaking waves. Ling Xiao pushed forward with both hands. The ghost ship turned into a giant shadow, faster and more powerful than before. This was a move that even the king of 10,000 people couldn't comprehend. Ling Xiao had perfected the ghost ship's remnant soul to 30%, so he comprehended it. Its power was stronger than the ghost ship crossing and ghost ship explosion. Blood saber slash. Tian Guang naturally didn't dare to be careless. He raised his scimitar and slashed forward. The giant energy shadow merged with the scimitar in the hands of the blood saber ancestor, and its power increased greatly. This is Tian Guang's strongest attack. He sighed and said, if he still can't win, then he'll be embarrassed this time. Boom. It was an overwhelming advantage. The ghost ship crashed into the scimitar and instantly shattered the scimitar's remnant shadow. Tian Guang was sent flying by the huge impact, and the scimitar slipped out of his hand. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood, drawing an ugly arc in the air. Boom! He fell heavily to the ground, and his eyes lost their color. This scene caused everyone who saw it to be extremely astonished. Tian Guang, who was known for his body movement and saber art, was not only inferior to someone in body movement for the first time, but his saber art was also easily defeated. The most terrifying thing was that this person's cultivation was lower than Tian Guang's. That was your strongest move just now, right? Tian Guang struggled to sit up from the ground and asked Ling Xiao, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Ling Xiao asked, "Of course I want to hear the truth." Ling Xiao sighed and said, "The truth is it's not my strongest move, and it's just an ordinary move that I use to practice." Hearing this, Tian Guang's face changed. After a long time, he stood up, took his scimitar, and turned to leave. Before he left behind a few words, "My room is yours. Now I understand what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. It seems like it's time for me to cultivate seriously. I hope you won't be defeated by others. I will come and challenge you again. I'll be waiting, but you have no hope. Those who have been defeated by me have no chance to win against me." Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Tian Guang's body trembled, but he didn't say anything and chose to leave. "Although you're not as strong as this beauty, in my opinion, you're more terrifying than her." He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Same to you. Didn't you hide your strength too?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. Chapter 148. Although Ain Ran was smiling, she was shocked. She did not expect that someone would see through her after she tried so hard to hide her strength. Moreover, it was a newcomer. She denied it because she did not want other people to know. However, she was sure that she could not fool Ling Xiao. Fortunately, they were not enemies. That was the only thing that she was thankful for. "Senior sister, Tian Guang's room is like a lady's room. You can stay here. It's easy for you to defeat Tian Guang anyway." After the battle, Ling Xiao checked Tian Guang and Ain Ran's rooms. Ain Ran's room was indeed gloomy. It was not suitable for a girl to stay in. Tian Guang's room was much better. It was like a lady's room, and there were many beautiful decorations in it. Tian Guang only took the valuable items when he left. "Okay." Ling Yixue did not reject Ling Xiao's kindness. Just like that, Ling Xiao received the title of 10th captain, and Ling Yixue received the title of 9th captain. Both of them could stay in a spacious and bright single room. At the same time, they received not only enjoyment, but also respect from the disciples who shared rooms. This included Zhang Yuan, who looked down on him, and the martial artists who mocked him. All of them shut their mouths immediately. The latent dragon camp was a place where strength was respected. Whoever was strong would be respected and respected. "Captain Ling, I'm the one who said the wrong thing. I hope you don't take offense." Zhang Yuan lowered his head and apologized to Ling Xiao, although the weak could refuse to fight, so that they would not be bullied by the strong. It was only limited to the latent dragon camp. One could not stay in the camp forever. Therefore, if one could build a good relationship with the strong, at least they would not be bullied. We're all from the general's mansion. You don't have to be so polite. Ling Xiao would not take the ignorant sarcasm seriously. After Zhang Yuan left, Ling Xiao was about to start cultivating. However, he suddenly noticed a beautiful maid standing next to him. He could not help but smile bitterly. When he was in the Ling family, he had never been taken care of. The key was that he was not used to it. "What's your name?" Ling Xiao asked. "This servant is Cold Plum." "How about this, Cold Plum? You stay outside, and don't let anyone disturb my cultivation. I'll call you if I need anything." He didn't want anyone to see the secret of his cultivation. This servant obeys. Cold Plum curtsied and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Although she was only a maid, her cultivation had reached the early stage of the 5th level of the martial vein. The latent dragon camp was indeed full of hidden talents. Closing his eyes, Ling Xiao began to cultivate. No matter when, raising one's cultivation level was always the most important thing. This was because even if all your martial arts had advanced to the transcendent realm, a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein was still not worth mentioning when facing a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial vein. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated Tian Guang and become the 10th captain, he was still surrounded by danger before he became a martial master. Circulating the Snow Lotus Chi formula, Ling Xiao held 2 low-grade spirit stones in his hand and swallowed 10 aura chi pills at the same time. Then he began to cultivate. Not many people dared to use such a luxurious cultivation method, even in the Baiyun prefecture. Ling Xiao had obtained a lot of spirit stones and aura chi pills from the Black Scarf Bandits, so it was okay for him to be extravagant. As long as his cultivation level increased, he would be able to get these things sooner or later. He was very clear about this matter. Only when he was strong enough could he protect himself. If he lost his wealth, he could get it again with his strength. Soon 2 hours passed. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and found that his 6th level of the martial vein was almost full. This meant that he was about to reach the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. For things like cultivation, the further one progressed, the slower the speed. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry, whether it was spirit stones or aura chi pills. If he used them continuously, the effect would be greatly reduced. Although he was eager to break through, he still had to wait a day or 2. He believed that after consuming 2 low-grade spirit stones and 10 aura chi pills, he should be able to reach the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Since his cultivation level could not be increased, he began to study martial arts. He had comprehended a sure kill skill, Shadow King Kill, from the multiple shadow sword technique, which made him realize that these martial arts could still be developed. Thus, he spent the whole night comprehending the killing move from the barbaric bull strength, the barbaric bull roar. This killing move was different from the Shadow King Kill. It was not an offensive skill, but an auxiliary one. After using the barbaric bull roar, his defense would drop a lot, but his attack would increase exponentially. In addition, he also comprehended the killing move from the Falling Star Fist, the Falling Star Strike. Different from the Shadow King Kill's single-target lethality, the Falling Star Strike focused on large-scale lethality. Although he did not break through, comprehending 2 killing moves in a row made Ling Xiao feel very good. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was already bright. Just as he was about to go out to find Ling Yixue to eat together, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside the door. Ling Xiao frowned, stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out. Just as he arrived outside, he saw the shadow of a leg sweeping over. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and punched out, directly smashing into the soles of this person's feet. The other party's vigorous strength caused him to take a step back. This surprised him, because he cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique and obtained the dragon blood essence in the dragon temple in the dragon submission mountain range. Every cell that turned into a baby dragon would increase his strength by 100 gene. Now, he already had 10 baby dragon cells in his body. It was equivalent to an increase of 1,000 gene in strength. In addition, after the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, his strength had increased by 1,000 gene. In total, his strength was more than 2,000 gene higher than an ordinary martial artist of the same level. Usually, in terms of strength, he would completely crush his opponent. He did not expect that he would take a step back today. The other party's strength was not weak. He was surprised. In fact, the other party was even more surprised. In the latent dragon camp, the 10 captain-level martial artists all had their own specialties. Just like the previous 9 captains, Tian Guang, who was fast, young Master Morong, who came to Ling Xiao's room to cause trouble today, was the 8th captain of the latent dragon camp. The most terrifying thing about him was his strength. Young Master Morong was arrogant. He was only 15 years old, younger than Yin Ran and Tian Guang, but he was more powerful. His terrifying strength, in particular, was a headache for others. However, today he actually lost to Ling Xiao in terms of strength. He was pushed back more than 10 meters by a punch before he could stabilize himself. Ling Xiao glanced at Cold Plum, who was on the ground, and could not help but frown. At this moment, Cold Plum's face was pale, and she was spitting out blood. It was obvious that a few of her ribs were broken. Her arms were shaking, and it was obvious that they were fractured. Although he did not have any friendship or relationship with Cold Plum was now his servant girl. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. This person actually injured Cold Plum to this extent. If he did not teach him a lesson, not only would he lose face, but he would also feel unhappy. However, before teaching this person a lesson, he planned to send Cold Plum to get treatment first. Don't move. I'll send you to get treatment. Tell me, where's the medicine hall? Ling Xiao carried Cold Plum and asked gently, "Ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so gentle." Chapter 149. If the medicine hall won't treat her, I'll take her out. Ling Xiao frowned. He began to have a bad impression of the latent dragon camp. However, he also knew that the human sacred dynasty was decadent, and the lives of the slaves had always been worthless. This was not the latent dragon camp's problem, but the entire human sacred dynasty's problem. No wonder a group of forces called the Heavenly Truth Alliance had appeared recently. On one hand, they were resisting the invasion of the human territory, and on the other hand, they were trying to overthrow the decadent human sacred dynasty. Although the Heavenly Truth Alliance was now regarded as an evil sect by the human sacred dynasty, they were all killed. Once a member appeared, they would be killed. However, it was still growing. The key was that some of its sayings had given many people at the bottom of society hope. It had given hope to those who were disappointed in the decadent human sacred dynasty. Even Ling Xiao was looking forward to joining the Heavenly Truth Alliance. Captain Ling, don't mess around. Don't forget the latent dragon camp's rules. Someone reminded him. Yeah, Captain Ling, if you want to leave, you have to apply at least 7 days in advance. If you leave, you'll be breaking the rules, and you'll be punished. These people had good intentions. After all, Ling Xiao had just arrived at the latent dragon camp, and he did not have any enemies. Therefore, most people did not want him to be unlucky. Thank you for your kindness, but Cold Plum won't live long if she's not treated in time. Ling Xiao thought about it carefully. Although he was not a kind person, he could not watch Cold Plum die just like that. If he was punished because of this, he would accept it. After all, one had to pay a price for doing anything. Then he was about to leave with Cold Plum in his arms. At this moment, Cold Plum was struggling to get down. However, her injuries were too severe, and she could not break free from Ling Xiao's steel-like arms. "Kid, I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Young Master Morong stopped Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Do we know each other?" Ling Xiao asked, "You don't know who I am, but I know who you are. I heard that you were personally selected by Marshal Lin and even defeated Tian Guang. You should have some capabilities. The reason I came to look for you today is because I want to spar with you." Young Master Morong smiled. "What's your name?" Ling Xiao asked. "Master Morong." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, I'll remember this name. It's understandable that you want to compare notes with me. But since you hurt my maid, I'll make you pay for it sooner or later. It's just that I'm not free today." With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Challenges between people of the same level are not allowed to be rejected. "Do you want to violate the rules?" Young Master Morong said coldly. "I've said it before. We'll fight another day." Ling Xiao wanted to teach young Master Morong a lesson, but he knew that young Master Morong's strength was not inferior to Tian Guang's. If he were to fight young Master Morong with Cold Plum in his arms, it would be difficult to end the battle in a short time. After all, there were some skills that he could not use. Firstly, he had to keep some trump cards. Secondly, he was afraid that he would hurt Cold Plum. "Stop. Don't think about leaving today if you don't fight." Young Master Morong blocked Ling Xiao's way and did not want to let him leave. "What a joke. If you can block me, then go ahead. I'd like to see how powerful the eighth leader is." Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He had the mountain river martial spirit, so he knew how powerful young Master Morong was. "Kid, don't think that you're powerful just because you defeated Tian Guang. I forgot to tell you that Tian Guang can't even last a few moves against me." Young Master Morong stared at Ling Xiao. Since he dared to challenge Ling Xiao, he had weighed the pros and cons. In his opinion, Ling Xiao might be more powerful than Tian Guang, but not by much. The reason why Ling Xiao had won so easily was that Tian Guang had underestimated his opponent. Moreover, Ling Xiao's speed was the bane of Tian Guang's, and he just so happened to be the nemesis of speed-type martial artists. He, who had cultivated a top-notch entry-level defensive martial art, not only was his body as tough as steel, but his strength was also extremely great. Even if he stood there and let Tian Guang hit him, Tian Guang would not be able to hurt him. Therefore, he thought that Ling Xiao was the same type of martial artist as Tian Guang, so he was not afraid. Nonsense! Ling Xiao did not want to waste any more time with young Master Morong. He moved his feet and used the soaring cloud steps. He went around young Master Morong and ran towards the gate of the latent dragon camp. Cold Plum was in a dangerous situation, and he could not afford to waste any more time. Therefore, he was really anxious. "You're courting death. How dare you ignore me?" Young Master Morong was furious. In the latent dragon camp, apart from the three geniuses in the three courtyards, nobody dared to ignore him like that. "Kill." He knew that his body technique was not as good as Ling Xiao's, so he was prepared to deal with him when he arrived. All of a sudden, he tossed out an item, which enveloped Ling Xiao within it. The item looked like a big net, but it was very sturdy. Ling Xiao punched it casually, but it did not break. "Hee, don't waste your energy." Young Master Morong had also trapped himself in the net in order to keep Ling Xiao here and weaken the advantage of Ling Xiao's movement skills. Seeing Ling Xiao trying to break the net, he laughed disdainfully. "This thing is a fine quality precious weapon. If you're not a martial master, you won't be able to break it, unless you have a fine quality precious weapon. Looks like you're really courting death. Other than when his family was killed, Ling Xiao had never been as angry as he was today. Ha ha ha, I'm courting death? You're boasting shamelessly. Young Master Morong laughed out loud, and his aura suddenly increased. He then waved his hand, and an axe appeared in his hand. His weapon was a common treasure weapon, the same as Ling Xiao's ice-glazed sword. Mountain Slash! With a single word of disagreement, young Master Morong directly struck towards Ling Xiao. He had great strength, and a weapon like an axe was most suitable for martial artists who had great strength. To young Master Morong, it was a match made in heaven. Don't bother about the maid. Someone shouted from outside. Ling Xiao did not listen. If he let go of Cold Plum now, she would be out of his protection range, and she would definitely be injured again. What the others did not know was that he was currently channeling Qi into Cold Plum's body to keep Cold Plum alive. Otherwise, if this continued, Cold Plum would really die. In that case, he could not let go of Cold Plum. Ghost ship crossing. Ling Xiao tried his best to avoid contact with young Master Morong, and the ghost ship crossing was a long-range attack. Boom! Ling Xiao used the ghost ship crossing with one hand, and it actually repelled young Master Morong's axe. Good boy, you have some skills. No wonder you could defeat Tian Guang. It had to be said that this was the second time young Master Morong was shocked. The first time was when he used his leg to lift Ling Xiao, and he was repelled. That time, he could say that he underestimated his opponent and did not use his full strength. However, this time, he used his full strength for the Mountain Slash, and his opponent actually blocked it. This boy's strength was really terrifying. He was confident that his strength was ranked first among the 10 captain-level experts. Chapter 150. Apart from Shirley, the other two were not as strong as young Master Morong. Of course, they were stronger than him. Novel, he could still defeat him easily. The next few exchanges shocked young Master Morong even more. He had to admit that Ling Xiao was not weaker than him. Instead, he was stronger than him. He had firmly suppressed him. After all, he had 2 hands while Su Mo only had 1. However, he was always at a disadvantage. Mountain Slash! The Mountain Slash was the second move of the Mountain Slash. It was more powerful than the previous move. It was as if a giant axe was descending from the sky and was about to break the ground. The sound was so loud that it made one's heart palpitate. Ghost ship explosion. Ling Xiao performed the second move that he had comprehended from the ghost ship remnant soul without changing his expression. His attack was not based on its power. Instead, it was a move that he had calculated so that it would be more powerful than his opponent's. It would not waste his energy. Bang! Once again, the axe was blasted away. Young Master Morong was almost sent flying. Bastard, do you think you're the only one with a broken martial soul? I have one too. Young Master Morong had taken the initiative to attack Ling Xiao twice in a row, but he was unable to do any damage to him. This had hurt his pride. Therefore, he decided to use his trump card, a broken martial soul. He was sure that the 10 captain-level martial artists all had broken martial souls. Moreover, they were basically 20 to 30% broken martial souls. Roar! As young Master Morong gathered his energy, a furious roar came from behind him. It was the shadow of a giant bear. The shadow was about 4 meters tall, and it was a black bear. The black bear remnant soul of the animal martial soul. No wonder you're so strong. Ling Xiao finally understood where young Master Morong's strength came from when he saw the black bear remnant soul. So what if you know? I'll make you lie here today. Young Master Morong sneered. But don't worry. I know the rules of the latent dragon camp, and I'll follow them. I won't kill you or cripple you, but You'll have to lie in bed for a month or two. Is that so? The more Ling Xiao listened to young Master Morong's words, the stronger the killing intent in his heart. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill this person with his sword. As for today, he would collect some interest first. Moo! A terrifying bull's roar suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao used the killing move of bull force he had just come to understand. Bull roar. Once he used this move, his attack power would increase exponentially while his defense would decrease by nearly half. However, defending was no longer important because attacking was more important. Ghost Shipbreaker. The power of the combination of Barbarian Bull Roar and Ghost Shipbreaker could be imagined. Giant Bear Splitting Mountain. Young Master Morong also saw how terrifying Ling Xiao's move was, so he naturally did not dare to be negligent. He condensed the essence of the Black Bear Remnant Soul and the Mountain Splitting Axe technique. It was as if a giant black bear was brandishing a giant axe towards Ling Xiao. Stop! At the critical moment, when Mars was about to collide with Earth, a voice rang out. The person who came was dressed in black armor. He was tall and powerful. He was about 2 meters tall and did not look like a human being. His voice was filled with explosive anger. He directly rushed into the net from outside. Ling Xiao and young Master Morong both heard it. However, neither of them had the intention to stop. At this time, whoever stopped would probably be seriously injured. The black-armored youth's face was gloomy. He actually smashed the net with a punch, and then suddenly appeared between Ling Xiao and young Master Morong. He broke Bull Roar and Ghost Shipbreaker with one hand and Giant Bear Splitting Mountain with the other. Shirley, martial artist at the early 7th level of the Martial Vein realm. Ling Xiao and young Master Morong were a little shocked. However, the focus of their shock was different. Young Master Morong was shocked that Shirley, the deputy commander, would get involved in other people's fight, because this kind of fight did not violate the rules. Ling Xiao was shocked by Shirley's strength. The head captain and the 2 deputy commanders were probably experts in the martial artist realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Commander Shirley, what are you doing?" Although young Master Morong was afraid of Shirley, he was arrogant and could not help but question him. Ling Xiao also looked at Shirley. He did not understand what Shirley was trying to do. Shirley said calmly, "General Jiu, you ordered all the latent Dragon Camp disciples to gather at the training ground. There is an important announcement. As the head captain, you can't be late." "What is it?" young Master Morong asked. "You will know when you get there. Why don't you ask General Jiu?" Shirley looked at young Master Morong coldly with a threatening aura. "No need. I will go now." Young Master Morong had to lower his head in front of the powerful Shirley. "You are lucky today. However, you won't be so lucky next time." Before leaving, young Master Morong did not forget to warn Ling Xiao. "What about you?" Shirley looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "No matter what it is not as important as a human life. I have to take her to get treated first." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "It's an emergency, so it's a special case. Take my token and go to the pharmacy. They won't dare to not treat you, not to mention a maid. Even if it's just a cockroach, they will take good care of it." Shirley said after thinking for a while. Ling Xiao took Shirley's deputy commander's token and could not help but feel emotional. This was the benefit of being powerful. He had to become a martial master as soon as possible. Otherwise, many things would be very difficult to deal with. "Thank you." Ling Xiao nodded at Shirley. Then, he carried Cold Plum to the medicine hall. Just as Shirley said, the medicine hall was not willing to accept Cold Plum at first. However, when they saw the deputy commander's token, their attitude changed drastically. After settling Cold Plum in the medicine hall, Ling Xiao went to the training ground alone. At this time, the training field was already full of people. Standing at the front of the group were naturally 9 out of the 10 captains. On the high platform was General Jiu Yu and 2 other deputy commanders. Who is that kid? Why is he walking towards the captain's seats? Someone had gone out to carry out a mission earlier, so he did not recognize Ling Xiao. He was puzzled. That guy is called Ling Xiao. He defeated Tian Guang. That girl is called Ling Yixue. She defeated Yin Ran. Therefore, the 2 of them replaced the other 2 and became captains. An insider explained, "Good guy. This newcomer is good. He actually defeated 2 captain-level disciples in a row. But his luck won't last long. He has already been targeted by young Master Morong. If it wasn't for Commander Shi stopping him today, he would have been seriously injured by young Master Morong. Why do I feel that he is stronger than young Master Morong? Don't forget that he is carrying a girl in his arms." Silence. Just as the crowd was discussing, Shirley's loud voice rang out. A martial master was indeed a martial master. Just by shouting, his domineering voice seemed to be able to suppress everyone's aura. Those who were talking immediately shut their mouths. "I have gathered all of you here today because I have something important to announce. This is an excellent opportunity for all of you. I hope that you will listen carefully." Chapter 151. Hearing Shirley's words, the youths could not help but swallow their saliva. They would definitely regret it if they missed it. It was definitely very important. Therefore, everyone did not even dare to breathe loudly at this moment. They all pricked up their ears to listen to Shirley's words. I'm sure everyone knows that the recent proliferation of illusion pills has caused a lot of trouble for the Sacred Dynasty. Marshal Lin came to Baiyun Province to destroy the illusion pills and ban the illusion pill trade. Shirley's voice was not loud, but it was full of energy. It was very clear to everyone's ears. As disciples of the Latent Dragon Camp, you are a group of people that Marshal Lin is looking forward to. At this critical moment, shouldn't you share Marshal Lin's burden? Yes. The voices below the stage were very orderly. Good. Marshal Lin will definitely be very happy that you have such intentions. Shirley nodded and continued. But don't worry, this mission won't be in vain. The people below the stage could not help but swallow their saliva again because they were looking forward to Shirley's next words. Marshal Lin is worried about the country and the people. He is determined to destroy the illusion pills. Therefore, he has become a thorn in the side of many people. He once said, "After I die, someone must inherit my career." Speaking of this, Shirley sighed and said, "Although I and everyone present here certainly do not wish for Marshal Lin to be harmed by traitors, there are always unexpected changes in the world. Marshal Lin has considered the matters after his death and has decided to break the convention and recruit a direct disciple." Wow! For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was very excited, including General Jiu Yu, who was sitting there silently. In the past, Marshal Lin was unwilling to accept disciples because he was afraid of misleading them. In fact, it was because he did not have the time to guide them. However, the situation was more important than the person. Recently, Marshal Lin had encountered a series of assassination attempts. Although he had survived, no one could guarantee what the future would be like. Therefore, in the situation where he did not have any children, disciples would become the continuation of his career. The 12 Tiger Guards also wanted to become Marshal Lin's disciples. Therefore, General Jiu Yu was excited. This time, Marshal Lin will recruit 3 personal disciples. As for the rest, even if they can't become Marshal Lin's personal disciples, as long as they complete the mission well, they will definitely have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from him. Lei continued. That's why all of you have to work hard. Of course, I have to work hard too. In Baiyun province, becoming Marshal Lin's personal disciple is almost everyone's dream. These words were not false. In Baiyun province, the two strongest people were Baiyun Governor Wan Ben and the border general Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's reputation was obviously better, so most people still hoped to become Lin Zhe's disciple. As for the people in the latent dragon camp, it was needless to say. Apart from a few spies that Wan Ben had planted in the camp, the rest all joined because of Lin Zhe. Ling Zhao's face also revealed a trace of shock. Although he once had the opportunity to stay by Lin Zhe's side and learn from him, he was not a disciple after all, so he definitely would not be able to learn the true teachings. However, things were different now. If he had the opportunity to become Lin Zhe's personal disciple, then he would have the opportunity to learn Lin Zhe's true martial arts. As a martial artist who dreamed of entering the transcendent realm, if he could obtain the guidance of an expert like Lin Zhe, it would definitely be beneficial. Commander Shi, just tell me what the mission is. Some people below the stage could no longer hold back their excitement. Let's leave it to General Jiu Yu. Lei looked at Jiu Yu, who was sitting there, and said with a smile. Jiu Yu nodded and looked at the people below the stage. The mission is naturally related to destroying the illusion pills. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation. There are many foreigners in Baiyun Prefecture. Some of the stubborn illusion pill merchants have the support of foreign forces. If Marshal Lin wants to do it himself, he'll have to face the consequences of falling out with the governor and becoming enemies with the foreigners. Jiu Yu suddenly smiled and said, This is Marshal Lin's helplessness, but it's also your opportunity. After some discussion, Marshal Lin has decided to give the mission of eliminating these illusion pill merchants to the 12 Tiger Guards and the latent dragon camp. However, remember, everyone only represents themselves when you go out this time. If you're caught, you'll only represent yourself. Everyone understood what he meant. The reason why the 12 Tiger Guards and the latent dragon camp were sent was that these people rarely showed up, so not many people knew them. As long as they disguised themselves, they would be able to cut ties with the border general's mansion. Even if they were really caught, the latent dragon camp and the 12 Tiger Guards did not have an official designation. Therefore, as long as the border general's mansion did not admit it, the other party could do nothing and had no evidence. As for the spies in the latent dragon camp, of course, Lin Zhe had already prepared cages for them to crawl into. This mission was not only a test of strength, but also a test of loyalty. Unless these spies did not make a move, none of them would be able to escape. They would probably be uprooted. Is there a time limit? Young Master Morong asked. In fact, except for some newcomers, those who had stayed for more than a month had participated in real battles. Therefore, they were not afraid of such a mission. 3 months. General Jiu, you said calmly. In these 3 months, you can act freely. It's up to you whether you want to assassinate or use force. The original team will also be disrupted. You'll form a team that you trust to carry out the mission. After all, this is a matter of life and death. In addition to the possibility of receiving Marshal Lin's personal guidance or becoming Marshal Lin's direct disciple, you can also obtain military merits by killing the illusion pill merchants or destroying the illusion pill. You all know about military merits, right? In our army, military merits can not only promote you and make a fortune, but it can also help you exchange for various things. Silver, gold, energy pills, spiritual stones, top-notch martial arts, remnant transcendent martial arts, and even quasi-transcendent martial arts. Quasi-transcendent martial arts. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Although the remnant transcendent martial arts were obtained from the real transcendent martial arts, it was difficult to gain much from it because it was a remnant. Even if there were gains, it could not be used in a battle quickly. Quasi-transcendent martial arts were different. Its level was higher than top-notch martial arts. Although it was not a real transcendent martial arts, it was second only to transcendent martial arts. It also had some profound meaning and shadows of transcendent martial arts. By learning quasi-transcendent martial arts, not only could one obtain stronger combat strength, but it could also build a good foundation for comprehending transcendent martial arts in the future. General, can you tell us more about the military merits? Someone below the stage asked. It's very simple. Most of the illusion pill merchants are foreign martial artists. There are also human martial artists who have sided with foreign martial artists. We don't kill ordinary people. We only target martial artists. General Jiu continued, killing a martial artist below the third level of the martial vein will give you 1 military merit. Killing a martial artist at the fourth level of the martial vein will give you 2 military merit. The fifth level will give you 3 points. The sixth level will give you 4 points. Chapter 152. As for martial vein level 8 and martial vein level 9, you don't have to think too much about it. Leave them to us, the 12 Tiger Guards and the 3 commanders. You guys are mainly responsible for martial artists below martial vein, level 7. As usual, the 30 people with the highest military merits will have special rewards. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Are there any other questions? Yes. Ling Xiao asked, how many military merits do I need to exchange for a quasi-transcendent martial art? 100 points. General Jiu, you replied. What? 100 military merits? It seems like we have no hope. Many disciples shook their heads and smiled bitterly. 100 military merits didn't seem like much, but after killing martial artists below the peak of martial vein level 6, the military merits earned were too little. It was impossible for them to defeat a martial vein level 7 martial vein master. Although the rewards were high, they could forget about it. Don't be discouraged. Although most of you might not be able to exchange for a quasi-transcendent martial art, it's easier to exchange for a rare top-notch martial art and a high-grade top-notch martial art. The former requires 20 military merits, while the latter requires 50 military merits. General Jiu smiled. Hearing this, everyone gradually became lively again. After all, for most of the disciples, it was already very impressive to be able to master 1 or 2 entry-level top-notch martial arts. Rare top-notch martial arts and high-grade top-notch martial arts were what they dreamed of. As for quasi-transcendent martial arts, it was too far away, so it was better not to think about it. Moreover, it wasn't just martial arts that could be exchanged. There were also things like Orochi pills and spirit stones. They were all precious and could be exchanged for what they needed. In fact, General Jiu only explained briefly. In fact, there were many more types of rewards that could be exchanged than what he said. This is a real trial. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and thought, no matter how intense the sparring in the latent dragon camp is, it's still just a sparring. Only such a mission can cultivate the ability to survive in the Jianghu. They won't be killed the moment they leave the latent dragon camp. In any case, he approved of this training method. Of course, with the mountain river martial spirit, he was full of confidence in killing the fantasy pill merchant. Not to mention his ability to escape, he was definitely not inferior to any martial vein, level 7 martial vein master. This mission could be said to be a heaven-sent opportunity for him to improve his strength. Are there no more problems? No more. That's good. We'll start the mission 3 days later. During these 3 days, Marshal Lin needs to do some things and try his best to disassociate the death of the fantasy pill merchant from the border general's residence. General September stood up and left. Shirley and the other deputy commander also left. Strangely enough, They didn't see the head commander of the latent dragon camp, who was also the chief commander. Ling Xiao found it strange, but since no one asked, he didn't want to be nosy. After leaving the training field, he greeted Ling Yixue and went to the medicine hall to visit Cold Plum. The mission was important, but Cold Plum's injuries still needed some attention. "Did you send this girl here?" In the medicine hall, Ling Xiao met a woman in green. This woman was about the same age as Ling Yixue, about 2 years older than him. She was also a rare beauty that could topple cities. It was just that Ling Yixue was more reserved and introverted. This woman in green, on the other hand, gave people the feeling that she was a lady from a respectable family. Her words and actions were very mature and experienced. "Yes," Ling Xiao replied. "Not bad. People who know how to take care of their maidservants are generally not bad. I'm Dai Yuling. What about you?" The woman in green asked with a smile. Ling Xiao, "Yes, remember, although this girl's life is not in danger, her body is still a little weak. Trust me, let her stay in the medicine hall for 3 more days. I promise to give you a lively little girl." Dai Yuling's smile was very beautiful, like the spring wind and rain, making people feel very comfortable. "Thank you. I trust you." Ling Xiao trusted his intuition. This woman's strength was very terrifying, much stronger than his. If she really wanted to harm Cold Plum, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. "Then you go. Prepare for the mission in 3 days. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again." He. Dai Yuling smiled and turned to leave. Looking at the girl's back, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of someone. The head captain of the latent dragon camp had the surname Dai. Could it be this girl? Her age and strength matched very well. This woman was probably even stronger than General Yulin. Apart from her surname, she should be right. After returning from the medicine hall, Ling Xiao went to find Ling Yixue first. In the latent dragon camp, Ling Yixue was the only person he trusted for the time being. Therefore, it was the best choice to team up with her. Of course, Ling Yixue agreed happily. On that day, they were not the only ones who chose to team up. Many people in the latent dragon camp found their own teams. After all, having more people was also an advantage. Basically, other than the 2 captains, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue, the other 8 captains had 6 to 7 people under them. The division of tasks such as combat, reconnaissance, and healing was also very clear. As for the 3 commanders and the 2 vice commanders, they formed a team. Naturally, they were not willing to bring people with lower strength to carry out missions. That would only drag them down. The head commander, Dai Yuling, had always been a lone ranger. Moreover, she came and went like a shadow. Basically, she should be in a team by herself. Interestingly, when Ling Xiao was about to return to his room to prepare, Yin Ran came to find him. This gloomy-looking former 10th captain wanted to team up with him, and Ling Yixue. Ling Xiao thought about it and did not refuse. Yin Ran's combat strength was very impressive. In Ling Xiao's opinion, if Yin Ran used all of her strength, she would be ranked at the top of the 10 captains. She should be stronger than Tian Guang and young Master Morong. With such a strong person joining, it would be easier to obtain military merits. After sending Yin Ran away, Ling Xiao took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and 10 aura chi pills. He was ready to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein in one go. The stronger one was, the more confident he would be. In just 1 day, Ling Xiao felt that his 6th martial vein was finally completely saturated. His 6 martial veins had all reached the state of transformation of the explosive qi. One of the martial veins had even begun to produce a trace of true essence. This feeling was very similar to when he advanced from the peak of the 3rd level to the 4th level of the martial vein. And from the 3rd level to the 4th level of the martial vein, It was the key to entering the Aura Chi stage from the awakening stage. Now that he had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Vein, it was also a key to stepping into the 7th level of the Martial Vein, from the Aura Chi stage to the Chi explosion stage. He believed that as long as he completely transformed the Aura Chi of the 6 Martial Veins into true essence, he should be able to naturally advance to the 7th level of the Martial Vein. He had become a martial master. After another day, Ling Xiao not only stabilized his strength at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Vein, but also completely transformed the Aura Chi of the 1st Martial Vein into true essence. In this way, when he was at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Vein, he could use the ability to burn true essence that could only be used in the Martial Master realm. Chapter 153. But even if the side effect of burning his true essence was greater now, Ling Xiao had another trump card. Even if he were to face a 7th level Martial Vein initial stage Martial Master, he would still be able to save his life without using the Herculean Divine Ape's corpse. As for winning, the difficulty was still very high. After all, challenging someone of a higher realm was different from challenging someone of a higher realm. The difficulty was slightly higher, unless he transformed the aura energy of at least 5 Martial Veins into true essence. At that time, if he challenged a Martial Vein Master at the 7th level, he might really have the strength to fight. Of course, even now, it was basically impossible for a 7th level Martial Vein initial stage Martial Master to take his life. He had too many attacking methods, and even if he couldn't kill his opponent wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Standing up, Ling Xiao walked out of the room. "You're all right." Cold Plum stood outside the door, without saying a word. She seemed to have recovered, and her complexion was much better. "Yes, leader." Cold Plum lowered her head and said, "Good, that's good. I'm going out for a mission today. Do you want to come along?" Cold Plum's strength was at the initial 5th level Martial Vein initial stage, which was indeed a little low, but there were many practitioners who were below the 5th level among the fantasy pill merchants. To her, this might be a good opportunity to raise her strength. "Can I?" Cold Plum was a little excited and surprised, because in the entire latent dragon camp, there was no practitioner who would treat a servant as a human, not to mention bringing her along for a mission. There's nothing impossible about it, but your strength is weaker, so you have to listen to my arrangements. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Yes, leader." At this moment, the latent dragon camp's disciples had already formed into groups and left. All of them were dressed casually, so it was basically impossible for anyone to recognize their true identity, even if they didn't have any latent dragon camp's markings on them. Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, Yin Ran, and Cold Plum had also set off. Yin Ran said that something had happened in the past 3 days. There was a rumor in Sky Cloud City that Border General Lin Zhe had brought the 12 Tiger Guards and latent dragon camp's disciples to destroy the fantasy pill. This news should be a rumor spread by the Border General's mansion. As for how they did it, Ling Xiao didn't want to care. There was no need to be concerned. Lin Zhe should be very familiar with this kind of thing. Since we've teamed up, we should be honest about our strength. What do you think, Brother Yin? Ling Xiao needed to know Yin Ran's true strength. That way, he would be able to arrange missions more rationally, and he would be able to make the best judgment when encountering enemies. Of course. He nodded and released his aura. Half-step to Martial Master, with a 50% incomplete martial spirit. Good fellow, you were indeed hiding your strength. Ling Xiao could feel that Yin Ran's 5 martial veins had all transformed into quintessential essence. In terms of strength, she was stronger than Ling Xiao. Furthermore, she was a true half-step martial master. "Excuse me," he said with a sinister smile. Ling Xiao naturally knew that Yin Ran still had a trump card that had not been exposed. However, This was not something that could be forced. Many martial artists would leave behind one or two trump cards in order to preserve their lives. Next, Ling Yixue displayed her cultivation, the early 7th level martial vein. She is indeed a martial master. Only now did Ain Ran completely confirm Ling Yixue's strength. What surprised everyone was Cold Plum. This girl had actually cultivated a set of martial arts called the Qi restraining art. Its effect was almost the same as Ling Zhao's mountain river martial spirit model. Her true cultivation had already reached the early 6th level martial vein, not the early 5th level martial vein. Not only that, Cold Plum also had a 20% incomplete martial spirit, the Snow Plum Remnant Soul. It looked like a plum blossom standing in the wind and snow. It stood proudly in the cold and was very beautiful. I'm ashamed. This girl has been by my side for 2 years, but I didn't know that she had such a cultivation. Ain Ran smiled bitterly. Cold Plum used to be his maid, but he did not care about her as much as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could understand Cold Plum's choice. It was because having a strong servant was definitely not a good thing. It would not bring you any status, but would only bring you danger. You might even be handed over to do anything that required your life. It's my turn. Ling Xiao released his aura, peak of the 6th level martial vein, 40% ghost ship remnant soul. Ling Xiao obviously could not display his full strength. There was no need for that. The strength that he had displayed was enough to complete this mission. Good Lord, Brother Ling's cultivation speed is simply astonishing. When you fought with Tian Guang, you should only be at the late stage of the 6th level of the martial vein, and the remnant soul of the ghost ship was only 30%. I didn't expect you to break through in just 2 or 3 days. Ain Ran finally understood why he felt that Ling Xiao was more terrifying than Ling Yixue. This fellow's advancement speed was too fast. All right, I've displayed my strength. I have a basic understanding of everyone's situation. Next, it's time to carry out the mission. Ling Xiao thought to himself, I haven't displayed my 3 complete martial spirits. Otherwise, you would be even more surprised. The 4 of them left Latent Dragon Camp and headed out of Sky Cloud City. The fantasy pill shops in the city were usually guarded by martial master experts, so it wasn't easy for them to take action. So Ling Xiao set his sights on the warehouses, manufacturing points, and transport teams which hid the fantasy pills outside the city. Although there were experts in these targets, they were not as good as the fantasy pill shops in the city, so it was easier to take action. Coincidentally, most of the teams in Latent Dragon Camp had chosen the same plan. So they met a few teams along the way, but no one greeted them in case there were any complications. But there was a team who intentionally chased after Ling Xiao and the rest. Ain Ran, you're so shameless. Just because you've been defeated, you've become someone else's servant? This voice was very unpleasant, but Ling Xiao could tell that it was young Master Morong's voice. He turned back to take a look. Young Master Morong's team had as many as 10 people, and all of them were at the peak of the 6th level martial vein. Tian Guang was among them. There's nothing wrong with relying on the strong. Brother Morong, you'd better worry about yourself. Ain Ran's temper was really good, or rather his determination was good. He only smiled faintly and casually rebutted young Master Morong's words. Then you should rely on me, and not them. Young Master Morong sneered. Then I'm really sorry. I feel that he's stronger than you. Ain Ran smiled faintly. Hearing that, young Master Morong's expression turned gloomy. This Ain Ran actually dared to look down on him. I'm afraid you don't know my real ability, right? Young Master Morong's pupils contracted as he stared intently at Ain Ran. Ain Ran only smiled and didn't say anything else. Ha ha! This fellow actually brought along a servant to make up the numbers. There's really no one who's willing to join your team, right? Young Master Morong really couldn't do anything to Ayn Rand. Suddenly, he realized that Cold Plum was also in the team, so he targeted Cold Plum. Previously, he only had Ayn Rand and Ling Ishua in his eyes, and the other two were automatically ignored. So what if he's a servant? He's still stronger than you. Ling Xiao said faintly. Tian Guang and the other 8 people, you better think carefully. If you follow young Master Morong, you may never be able to return to the latent dragon camp. He already had the intention to kill young Master Morong. Today, young Master Morong was so overbearing that his killing intent became even more resolute. Chapter 154. Ha ha! This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. I'd like to see who will die outside this time. Let's go. Young Master Morong laughed maniacally and left with his men. Let's go too. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had concealed his murderous intent very deeply and did not reveal it at all. A real expert would not casually reveal his murderous intent because that was very stupid. Before you even took action, you had already revealed your motive. About a quarter of an hour later, the 4 of them left Sky Cloud City, but there was no trace of young Master Morong's team. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Killing young Master Morong was secondary. Accumulating military merits was the most important thing. After all, this involved whether he could advance to the Martial Master realm or not. Brother Ling, what's our target this time? On the way, Ayn Rand asked suspiciously. He discovered that Ling Xiao didn't stop after they left the city. He didn't even take out the map to check, but went straight in one direction. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had the Mountain River map. The map had already opened up the entire map of Sky Cloud City, the exact location of the Fantasy Pills transport team, shops, warehouses, and manufacturing points were all marked out clearly. Because of this, Ling Xiao didn't need to check any map. He only needed to follow the Mountain River map's directions, and that would do. A fantasy pill factory hidden deep in the mountains. Ling Xiao answered simply, Fantasy pill factory. Ayn Rand was shocked. Most fantasy pill factories are very secretive. How did you know? Brother Ayn, aren't you asking too many questions? If you're worried, you can leave now. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Some things, it wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but he couldn't. If he were to lie, then he would need to cover up the lie continuously. He was afraid of trouble and didn't have the leisure to do so. Ayn Rand was stunned for a moment and laughed bitterly. Brother Ling is right. Since I've joined your team, then I should follow your lead. I won't ask any more. This person was definitely an intelligent person. He knew when to shut up and when to lower his stance. Although he was still suspicious in his heart as to why Ling Xiao was so sure that there was a fantasy pill factory in this direction, he had already decided not to say anything more. Since he had already made his choice, what was the point of worrying? The 4 of them quickly went deep into the forest. There were almost no traces of people in this forest, and there weren't even many wild beasts. This made Ayn Rand even more confused, but he still held it in. He wanted to see how Ling Xiao would explain. Stop. Suddenly, Ling Xiao waved his hand and whispered. Is there a situation? He asked grimly. Ling Xiao nodded and pushed aside the bushes in front of him. Everything in front of him suddenly became clear. There was actually a paradise here. It was a basin surrounded by a large number of wild plants. Not only were there few people, but there were also very few animals. No one would have thought that there would actually be a large-scale fantasy pill factory in such a place. Around the factory were fields that had been opened up. These lands were not used to grow food, but a plant called beauty fairy was planted there. Just from the name, one could tell that this plant was very beautiful. Its flowers were not only fragrant, but also slim and elegant like a beauty. Many people who saw this plant would definitely not think that it was actually the main ingredient to make the fantasy pill. It was a harmful thing. You really found it. Ain Rand was extremely surprised. He really did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually find such a large fantasy pill factory. Who knew how many fantasy pill dealers there were in this place? Even if they did not go anywhere else, as long as they cleaned up this place, they should have a lot of military merits. I didn't see anyone on guard, but there should be hidden sentries. Don't worry, let me see the situation first. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and released his soul force. At the same time, he activated his mountain and river martial spirit. After a moment, he opened his eyes. We can't go down from above. This cliff is too steep. With our Qinggong, if we are not careful, we will fall to our deaths. But there is a passage not far from here. It is usually hidden. Although there are guards there are not many. The four of us can handle it. Ling Xiao said as he rushed towards one of the directions. This time, Ain Rand did not ask why. Ling Xiao had already surprised him once. It would be stupid to ask again. Not long after, the four of them arrived in front of a waterfall. Jump over it. Ling Xiao took the lead and punched a hole in the waterfall. Then, he instantly jumped over it. The other three followed suit and jumped over the waterfall. On the opposite side of the waterfall was a cave. Although the outside was covered by plants, they could still find it if they looked carefully. Ain Rand was once again shocked. Could it be that Ling Xiao was born with divine foresight? How did he even know this? However, he still did not ask. He was too happy to have such a leader. As for the possibility that Ling Xiao was a ninja spy, he also thought about it, but quickly denied it. If Ling Xiao was really a ninja spy, he would not be stupid enough to expose this secret fantasy pill factory for an insignificant latent dragon camp disciple like him. If he wanted to set someone up, he should set up General Lin Zhe, about 10 feet in front of the cave. There are 4 hidden sentries hiding on both sides of the cave. However, they are not very vigilant. Maybe because no one has broken in for a long time, they have lost their vigilance. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he carefully observed the situation of the passage through the mountain and river diagram and said, "There are 3 people in the middle of the cave who are patrolling. These people are not very strong. The 4 hidden sentries are at the early to peak of the 5th level of the martial vein realm. Among the 3 patrolling sentries, one of them is at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein realm, and the other 2 are at the early stage of the 5th level of the martial vein realm. Now listen to me. Leave the 3 in the middle to me. Ain Rand, you are in charge of the 2 on the left. Cold Plum, you are in charge of the 2 on the right. As for senior sister Yi Shui, save your strength. I am afraid that there will be martial masters later. At that time, we will have to rely on you." Understood. There was no problem with Ling Xiao's arrangement, so the other 3 did not object. Move. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he had already rushed out. So fast, although it was not the first time they saw Ling Xiao use Qinggong, Ain Rand and Cold Plum were still a little surprised. The 2 of them did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed. Double Shadow Sword Art. 1 sword, 3 shadows. Ling Xiao's double shadow sword art was very suitable for 1 against many. He only used the 2nd level of the double shadow sword art to create 2 clones. The 3 patrolling fantasy pill dealers were about to open their mouths to warn, but there was no chance. Ling Xiao's sword was too fast, so fast that it made people click their tongues. Moreover, The strongest of the three was only at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein realm. If Ling Xiao could not shut them up in an instant, then he would be too useless. Clang! The ice-glass sword returned to its sheath. The three figures merged into one. At the same time, the three fantasy pill dealers fell to the ground, unable to even let out a scream. After dealing with these three people, Ling Xiao did not move again. He only looked to both sides. Actual combat was the only standard to test one's combat strength. Chapter 155. On the left side, a hidden sentry suddenly woke up from his sleepy state. "Hey, is there any movement?" "Ha ha ha, don't scare yourself. What else can there be other than rats? Don't you know what kind of place this is? It's been several years, and no one has barged in." Another person laughed. "No, I think I really heard something." The first person shook his head and said, "I'll go take a look." He rubbed his eyes, picked up the weapon in his hand, and walked outside. However, just as he took a step, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew over. He felt as if his entire body was being haunted by evil spirits. In the next moment, he found that his body had been pierced through by a beautiful glove. His heart instantly withered as if it had been poisoned. "Who is it?" The other person also sensed that something was wrong and was about to get up to fight. "Don't waste your energy. Just close your eyes and wait for death." Bone-melting wind. Die. Ayn Rand was indeed worthy of being called Ayn Rand. He had ample combat experience. Dealing with 2 5th-level martial vein cultivators was as easy as flipping his hand and easily finishing them off. Ling Xiao couldn't help but nod his head. This was really a good comrade in arms. On the other side, Cold Plum's battle was also a pleasant surprise. This Cold Plum seemed to have even more combat experience than Ayn Rand. It was as if she had walked out of the life and death arena. When she killed, she didn't hesitate at all. She was decisive and ruthless. 2 plum blossoms floated past, and 2 heads fell to the ground. This servant was sent to the death arena to fight other slaves and beasts to the death. After Cold Plum came over, she didn't wait for Ling Xiao to ask and explained herself. "So killing people is nothing to this servant." Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't have any intention of asking. Everyone had their own secrets. Moreover, for Cold Plum, she probably didn't want to remember the experience of the death arena. "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's continue." Ling Xiao didn't plan to stay any longer. Killing these people didn't consume much of their energy. This first battle could be considered as an assessment of everyone's strength. After all, there was a huge difference between one's strength on the surface and one's actual combat strength. Some martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein might not even be able to defeat those at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein when facing the ferocious illusory pill dealers. Of course, he had killed a total of 7 enemies this time. 6 of them were in the 5th level of the martial vein, so he had earned a total of 18 military merit points. 1 person at the 6th level of the martial vein realm and 4 military merit points added up to 22 points. The allocation of military merit points was based on the captain's allocation, which meant that Ling Xiao had the final say. Ling Yixue and Cold Plum had no objections to this at all. Ayn Rand naturally wouldn't have any objections. If he did, he wouldn't have joined this team. As for how the hidden dragon camp and the border-guarding general's mansion knew about it, it was even simpler. Every latent dragon camp disciple would carry an unmarked common grade treasure weapon with them when they came out. The only use of this artifact was to record the number of martial artists killed and their strength, as well as the number of illusion pills destroyed. Therefore, it was impossible to cheat in this matter. Of course, there was no need to be afraid of miscalculation. This was where fairness lay. The clans in Tianfeng City would never be able to do this. After that, Ling Xiao led his 3 teammates forward. Along the way, they encountered 9 enemies one after another. These 9 people were in the 5th level of the martial vein realm, so they were easy to deal with. Ling Yixue still didn't make a move. The ones who made the most moves were Cold Plum and Yin Ran. Ling Xiao also helped at the crucial moment. The crucial moment wasn't because the 2 of them were in danger, but because they had to keep it a secret. They couldn't let these people spread the news of the call for help. 9 people. Another 27 military merit points, totaling up to 49 military merit points. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that during the battle, everyone tried to cooperate, and their tacit understanding was much better than before. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the deepest part of the illusion pill factory, which was also the gathering point of the illusion pill dealers. Next, we'll hide here and wait. It's best to act at night. Ling Xiao found a secluded place and let the 3 of them eat and rest to recover their strength and energy. But we killed so many people just now. What if we're discovered? Yin Ran frowned. This location is the only way to get to the outside. I chose this place to rest to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on the news outside. Anyway, it's not far from nightfall. We'll kill whoever passes by here. If the news is leaked, we'll have to change our plan. Ling Xiao replied. He chose this place to stall for time and prevent the people inside from finding out about the deaths outside. Of course, there was a limit to this. If it wasn't for the fact that it was getting dark, this method wouldn't have worked. They would have had to force their way through. Yin Ran felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense, so she didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, he was quite lucky. It was only when the sky turned dark that he saw 3 people walking over. These 3 people should be going to replace the 3 people who were patrolling. The timing was just right. This time, Ling Xiao didn't assign tasks to others. He directly killed the 3 people to save time. Let's go. It's a dark and windy night. Let's destroy this illusion pill factory tonight. After killing the 3 martial artists who came to change shifts, Ling Xiao waved his hand and rushed toward the factory. He was very fast, but he didn't make any sound. He was like a ghost in the night. The 3 people behind him didn't dare to be slow and followed closely. The 3 of them were quite strong, so they weren't afraid of being left too far behind. You see that? This factory doesn't stop working day and night, but the security is more lax at night. Other than those slaves who are forced to work, all the illusion pill dealers deserve to die. Ling Xiao pointed at the fire in the factory and said softly, Brother Ling, can you confirm, roughly, how many people there are? Yin Ran asked. Other than the slaves, there aren't many people. There's a total of 20, but it's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao said with a frown. What's wrong? Yin Ran asked. The troublesome thing is that there are 2 martial masters, but fortunately, they are only at the early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein. There are also 10 martial artists at the 6th level of the martial vein. 4 of them are at the peak of the 6th level, and the remaining 8 are at the 5th level. Martial Master, there were actually 2 more. Yin Ran's frown deepened. If there were only martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were 20 of them. Even if he couldn't beat martial artists of the same level, he could still escape. But 2 martial artists at the early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, how could he fight them? He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he follow a lunatic like Ling Xiao? Brother Ling, this is already not something we can deal with. Let's contact the other teams to carry out the mission. Yin Ran suggested. Ling Yixue's expression was indifferent, and she didn't say anything. Cold Plum didn't have any expression, as if life and death were insignificant to her. What, is Brother Yin afraid? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yin Ran nodded. This person was quite straightforward. What if those two martial masters don't exist? Does Brother Yin dare to take action? Ling Xiao asked again. If there aren't those two martial masters, I don't care about the rest. Chapter 156. That's good. Of the two martial masters, senior sister Yi Shui will deal with one while I deal with the other. However, I'll have to trouble the two of you to deal with the remaining warriors. Novel, Ling Xiao explained his plan. It's possible, but the chances of winning aren't high. Yin Ran frowned. Brother Yin, listen to me. These 20 warriors are located in 3 different places in the factory. In other words, as long as we plan well, we won't face more than 10 warriors at once. It's even possible that the two martial masters won't react until we kill the others. Ling Xiao explained. Hearing this, Yin Ran gradually calmed down. That's right. The 4 of them hadn't been discovered yet. Now that it was night time, they could definitely defeat them one by one. Even if there was an accident, as long as they acted quickly, they wouldn't be in a situation where 4 people faced 20 people. Therefore, this battle could still be fought. At this moment, voices came from the factory. Boss, something's wrong. The people we sent to change shifts haven't returned yet. Could there be an accident? One of them, a tall and powerful warrior with dark green eyes, said. This person was most likely from the Green Eyes clan. This was because the people of the Green Eyes clan all had green eyes and were relatively tall. The ninja clan had ninja spirits similar to martial spirits. The Green Eyes clan had heroic spirits similar to martial spirits. In fact, they were all the same. However, the ninja clan and the Green Eyes clan had more ninja spirits and heroic spirits than human warriors with martial spirits. Of course, not all of them had ninja spirits and heroic spirits. After all, it wasn't so easy to awaken or obtain them. The Green Eyes clan warrior who spoke was one of the martial masters. He should have a heroic spirit or a broken heroic spirit. The boss was the owner of the Fantasy Pill Factory. He was another martial master and also a Green Eyes clan warrior. He probably also had a heroic spirit or a broken heroic spirit. Meng, you're right. Recently, Lin Zhe has been trying to destroy the Fantasy Pill in Baiyun province and capture the Fantasy Pill merchants. It's right for us to be careful. The Green Eyes clan people generally didn't have surnames. Most of their names only had one word. Then what should we do, boss? Take a few people with you to take a look. Be careful. Once you discover danger, don't act rashly. Got it, boss. Meng nodded, and then picked 5 people to go out with him to check the situation. This scene was witnessed by Ling Xiao and the others, and they heard everything. Let's go. Let's kill those 5 first. Ling Xiao immediately made up his mind. Although one of the 5 people was a martial master, the other 4 were only at the 6th level of the martial vein. They were not at the peak of the 6th level, so it was relatively easy to deal with them. No one would object to this decision because it was the most reasonable one. The other 3 nodded and carefully followed behind Ling Xiao. This place was very big, and the environment was rather complicated. On one hand, it was convenient for these fantasy pill dealers to hide, but at the same time, it made it easier for the people who came in from the outside to hide. Not to mention that Ling Xiao and the other 3 were all at the 6th level of the martial vein, even if they were at the 4th level of the martial vein. As long as they were careful, it would be very difficult to be discovered. Brother Meng, there's a situation here. A moment later, the fantasy pill dealers found traces of the warriors who had come to change shifts being killed. Although the corpses had already been dealt with by Ling Xiao, these people were not stupid. Moreover, they observed the traces very carefully, so they really found some clues. We can't wait any longer. Yin Ran, Cold Plum, the 2 of you go first. But remember, avoid that martial master and deal with the rest of the 6th level of the martial vein. Seeing the situation, Ling Xiao knew that he could not delay any longer, so he immediately gave the order. Understood. Ain Ran and Cold Plum both nodded. At this time, even if they doubted Ling Xiao's order, they absolutely could not rebel. Otherwise, it was very likely that all 4 of them would be finished. Cold Plum would definitely not doubt Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao could become enemies with young Master Morong for her. He could surround her and even break the rules of the latent dragon camp. Although Ain Ran was a little hesitant, he was a smart person and knew what to do at this time. Senior sister, you are in charge of entangling that martial master called Meng. The 2 of us will work together and kill him quickly. Otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous for us if this drags on. Got it. Ling Yixue nodded. The task was assigned. Ain Ran and Cold Plum rushed forward first. Because it was a sudden attack, the 2 of them killed 2 6th level martial vein martial artists as soon as they went up. At this point, the 5 people became 3, 1 martial master and 2 6th level martial vein martial artists. Ain Ran and Cold Plum could deal with a 6th level martial artist each. Quickly send the signal. Although Meng looked tall and strong, he was not stupid. He knew that he had encountered an ambush, so he immediately thought of sending a distress signal. In the situation where he did not know the strength of the enemy, he was absolutely right. Since the enemy had ambushed them, it meant that they were not strong enough to kill all of them. Otherwise, they would have chosen to attack directly. However, the 2 6th level martial vein martial artists were entangled by Ain Ran and Cold Plum and had no chance to send a signal at all. Of course, Ling Xiao would not give them this chance. Otherwise, when the reinforcements arrived, the 4 of them would be in danger. Meng saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he planned to send a signal for help himself. But in the darkness, a white shadow suddenly attacked. Meng felt a great sense of crisis. At that moment, he stopped sending the signal because if he continued, even if he sent the signal, he would die. He would not do such a thing. Even if it was subconscious, he would not do it. Meng punched out with both fists and blocked the white shadow's palm. However, one was a passive defense, and the other was an active attack. This time, Meng suffered a small loss. Layers of ice actually formed on his fists. Who are you? Tell me your name. Ling Yixue naturally would not report. She continued to attack, trying to maintain her advantage and suppress the Blue Eyes clan. Bastard, do you think I don't know if you don't speak? You must be Lin Zhe's people. Damn it, if I survive, I will definitely finish that old bastard Lin Zhe. Although his strength was inferior to Lin Zhe's, the Blue Eyes clan had been tyrannical in the human territories for many years. There were many high-ranking officials in the human dynasties and Northern Han who worked for them. When Lin Zhe wanted to destroy the illusion pill, they used these forces to try to kill Lin Zhe. However, they did not succeed. Therefore, this guy said this purely to vent his anger. If Lin Zhe died so easily, he would have died long ago. Boom! With a loud sound, a figure appeared behind Meng. The figure was dressed in black steel armor and held a huge 2-handed sword in his hand. He was about 4 meters tall, and the armor completely covered his head. Only through the gaps could a pair of green eyes be seen. Giant sword spirit. It seems to be a broken spirit, but it has reached the level of a 50% remnant soul. In the Blue Eyes clan, there were many similar spirits. Generally, this kind of nameless spirit was considered to be of a lower level. Of course, through cultivation, the level of the spirit could be improved, and it was absolutely possible to obtain a named spirit. After the giant sword spirit appeared, Meng's aura became even stronger. Ling Yixue began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Chapter 157. Go to hell, bitch. Because of the giant sword spirit, the power of any of Meng's moves suddenly became stronger, and it was obvious that he had suppressed Ling Yixue. The killing move that he had been accumulating was finally unleashed. He waved the giant sword in his hand and slashed towards Ling Yixue's head. The giant sword was close to 2 meters long and nearly a foot wide. No matter where it cut, it would probably split Ling Yixue in half. However, at this moment, a sword light pierced through the air. It hit the weakest part of the giant sword without any deviation. Although it was not enough to send the giant sword flying, it greatly reduced the power of this move and was easily blocked by Ling Yixue. Damned brat! Meng finally realized that it wasn't 3 people who came, but 4. The youth hiding in the distance was too troublesome. He was actually good at the Imperial Sword technique. It was rare to see someone who could cultivate the Imperial Sword technique to such a level. He pondered for a moment, then separated his body from the heroic spirit. The heroic spirit stayed behind to continue entangling with Ling Yixue while he pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao secretly sneered. Although martial spirits, heroic spirits, and ninja spirits could be separated from the main body to fight together, the negative effect was that the main body would lose the bonus of the martial spirit. In other words, this Blue Eyes clan called Meng had taken the initiative to abandon his advantage. Without the broken heroic spirit, his threat to Ling Xiao was reduced to the minimum. It could be said that this was the stupidest thing Meng had ever done. He had obviously underestimated Ling Xiao's strength and treated Ling Xiao as an ordinary martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein. After all, Ling Xiao's current cultivation was only at the late stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. From Meng's point of view, Ling Xiao might be a martial artist who was good at sneak attacks. As long as he was close in, there was nothing he could do. This guess made him do a stupid and dangerous thing. Flying slash! Meng suddenly jumped up. He was in the air, and the giant sword in his hand was raised high. The aura on it surged, causing the surrounding air to emit a hoo-hoo-hoo sound. A strong wind blew, and broken branches, rotten leaves, and gravel flew everywhere. This sword strike didn't seem magical, but Ling Xiao understood that when this giant sword was swung, it was very similar to a broadsword. Its power could be terrifying. This was a strike from an early 7th level martial vein stage martial master, using a rare, top-notch martial art. Furthermore, the realm of this top-notch martial art had most likely already reached perfection. A martial master was indeed a martial master. Their comprehension of martial arts was much stronger than an ordinary warrior's. However, no matter how strong a martial art was, it would be meaningless if it couldn't hit its target. Ling Xiao's expression did not change as he lightly stomped his right foot on the ground. His entire body transformed into an ice dragon and soared into the air, easily dodging this attack. What? When Meng saw Ling Xiao's movement technique, he could not help being shocked. Generally, warriors who used weapons such as greatswords, broadswords, and great axes tended to move slower. The most annoying thing was to encounter a warrior with outstanding movement skills like Ling Xiao. However, even though he was surprised, he was still a martial master. He had faced martial artists with outstanding movement techniques before. In order to deal with this kind of martial artist, he had racked his brains and thought of a way. He took a deep breath and raised his great sword like a spear, aiming directly at Ling Xiao. Sword chi through the air. Martial masters were terrifying not only because all their moves were more powerful, but more importantly, their aura energy had been completely transformed into true essence, and the energy in their bodies had become more abundant. Using a move like sword chi through the air would consume a large amount of true essence. It was not worth it for a martial artist at the aura realm. But martial masters were not afraid. especially after burning true essence. Not only was the sword chi fast, it could also be fired continuously. Meng stood there with his great sword in his arms. He did not need to move at all. As long as he aimed at Ling Xiao and activated his true essence, streams of sword chi shot out from the greatsword, covering the sky and covering the earth as they aimed at Ling Xiao. It can actually be like this. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he could not help but be alarmed. No matter how fast his movement technique was, he was still not as fast as these sword chi. After all, a human's body was not as light as sword chi. Therefore, he simply did not dodge. If Meng were to personally fight in close combat, he would not dare to meet force with force. However, this kind of sword chi was not strong in itself. Against an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, it could cause a devastating blow. But could he, Ling Xiao, be the same? Ox demon art, ice demon. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous rumbling sounds exploded on Ling Xiao's body. A smug smile appeared on Meng's face. Ha ha ha, die. Stinking brat. You dare to cause trouble at the illusory pill factory by relying on your movement technique. You simply don't know life from death. After bombarding for a moment, Meng felt that it was about time and stopped shooting. However, when the smoke and dust settled, his originally wildly laughing face revealed an expression as if he had swallowed a goose egg. His mouth was so big that a mouse could be stuffed inside. His eyes were wide open. Not only was Ling Xiao not dead, he was also unharmed. Not bad. Your sword chi is indeed powerful, but against me, it's not enough. It's far from enough. With the Ice Demon and the 9 Transformations Golden Body technique, Ling Xiao was not afraid of this kind of sword chi at all. Even if the opponent was an early stage 7th level martial vein martial master, it would be the same. After all, any energy that moved in the air would lose energy. In addition, in order to pursue speed and quantity, the power of this move would be greatly reduced. How could it cause any harm to Ling Xiao? This time, Meng was completely at his wit's end. In close combat, his attack could indeed crush Ling Xiao, but the problem was that Ling Xiao's movement technique was too fast. He could not hit him, sword chi through the air. He could hit Ling Xiao, but because the power was low, it could not cause any substantial damage to Ling Xiao. He thought of running away. This brat was too difficult to deal with. He had to cooperate with his boss to attack. Otherwise, he might really fail miserably. But could he escape? The moment he had the thought of running away, he discovered that Ling Xiao actually attacked. Was this brat stupid? In close combat, could it be that your father, am afraid of you? Meng was indeed like his name. Although he was not stupid, he was not smart either. He could not understand why Ling Xiao gave up his advantage and approached him. He only knew that his chance to kill this brat had arrived. Since you want to die, your father, will fulfill your wish. Meng aimed the great sword in his hand at Ling Xiao again. But this time, he was not going to use sword chi through the air. Charging stab. Meng's body suddenly leaned forward and stabbed at Ling Xiao at a relatively fast speed. Although this speed was still much slower than Ling Xiao's and couldn't be compared to the sword chi through the air, his move, sprint, was to make the sword move more lethal. The farther away, the more terrifying the power. On the contrary, the closer the distance, the less powerful it was. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He also pulled out the ice glass sword and stabbed over. Shadow King Kill. The killing move of the multiple shadow sword technique was displayed. Facing a martial artist at the early 7th level of the martial vein, Ling Xiao did not want to hold back. This was a rare opportunity. Even if he could not kill the opponent, he had to leave the opponent with serious injuries. Clang! The great sword and the long sword met halfway. Ling Xiao did not intend to play any tricks at all, because at this time, the opponent's greatsword was surrounded by destructive sword chi. If he tried to bypass the greatsword and directly attack the opponent's body, he would be courting death. He had to block the opponent's attack, and at the same time give the opponent a heavy blow. Strength over strength. Meet force with force. Chapter 158. No. Meng let out a miserable cry as his body was sent flying along with his greatsword. The greatsword had already disintegrated in midair, shattering into pieces. Meng's body was riddled with wounds as blood spurted out of his mouth. Martial spirit, and more than one martial spirit. At this moment, Meng's heart was filled with regret. If he had the greatsword spirit, he definitely wouldn't have suffered this time. However, he had foolishly sent the spirit to deal with another person, resulting in the current tragedy. He had underestimated the enemy too much. He had really underestimated the enemy too much. But how could this kid be so strong? How could he have 3 broken martial spirits? No. At least one of them was a complete spirit, a complete martial spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so strong. However, in a battle between experts, one wrong step would lead to many mistakes. It was too late for him to realize it now. Behind him, Ling Yixue's palms imprinted on Meng's body. A cold aura spread throughout Meng's body, causing his already severely injured body to suffer even more injuries as he fell heavily to the ground. After all, his greatsword spirit was only a broken spirit and could only fight. How could it hold Ling Yixue back forever? The reason why Ling Yixue didn't attack together with Ling Xiao was because she was waiting for this opportunity. She was also a martial master, and Meng no longer had the support of the spirit. Meng had no chance of surviving this palm strike and had completely died on the spot. On the other side, the battle between Yin Ran and Cold Plum had also ended. The two of them looked at Ling Xiao with astonishment and awe. Although they didn't see the scene where Ling Xiao used 3 martial spirits, they saw very clearly how Ling Xiao broke the move of an early 7th-level martial Vane, Realm Martial Master, and severely injured him. It was too terrifying. He could even injure a martial master, although he was only a low-level martial master. But it was still hard to believe. Luck. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that it was really because of luck that he was able to get rid of these people so easily. If this martial master Meng had not separated his heroic spirit from his body, it would have been difficult to kill him. He was afraid that after this battle, Ling Xiao would not be as unscathed as he was now. I will give you 10 breaths of time to rest. Continue. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and threw in as many as 20 aura chi dawn into his mouth and began to recover. Although he wasn't injured just now, using 3 martial spirits at once consumed too much energy. He had to eat more, or else he wouldn't be able to recover. Yin Ran still wanted to ask something. However, when she saw that the other 2 had also begun to rest, she did not say anything. Instead, she sat down cross-legged and began to recover. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao stood up and said, "There are still 15 cultivators over there. Leave the martial masters to me. As for the rest of the cultivators, you can deal with them one by one." "Leave it to you?" Ling Yixue frowned. Although she trusted Ling Xiao, she was still worried. "Senior sister, don't worry, I won't use force." Ling Xiao looked at the corpse of the Blue Eyes clan member and smiled. "Don't tell me you." Ling Yixue recalled what had happened when the Ling family was surrounded. She could guess what Ling Xiao was going to do. "That's right. That's what I want." After that, he explained his plan. Yin Ran and Cold Plum were both surprised and in disbelief. However, since Ling Xiao had suggested such a plan, it shouldn't be without reason. Therefore, they decided to take a look first. After all, this person was always able to do unexpected things. The sky was getting darker. The slaves in the dream fantasy elixir factory worked hard under the threat of death. They could not see any hope for tomorrow. Their eyes were filled with numbness. Outside the factory, a man with golden hair looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. That's strange. Brother Meng has been out for so long. Why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened to him? The man with golden hair and green eyes was the supervisor of the Dream Fantasy Elixir Factory. However, he wasn't the boss behind the scenes. How could the boss live in such a terrible environment? "Boss, I'm back." Just as the man with golden hair was about to bring someone to check it out, a voice rang out. "Brother Meng." Who's that in your hand?" The man with golden hair saw Meng holding a person in his hand. This person's body was riddled with scars, and his hair was messy. There were blood stains all over his body. It seemed that his injuries were not light. "Don't mention it, boss. The brothers I brought were killed by this kid," Meng said in annoyance. "What?" The man with golden hair stared at the young man. He did not look more than 15 years old, but his face was more mature. At first glance, one could tell that his strength was not ordinary. "This kid may be young, but he's a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level. Boss, be careful. Don't get too close." "What? Do you think he can escape from your grasp?" "Boss, don't underestimate this kid. Look at the injuries on my body. They're all caused by this kid. Although he's only at the peak of the 6th level, his speed is too fast. If not for my strength being so much stronger than him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you alive." The more Meng said this, the more the man with golden hair believed his words. He actually approached him without any doubt to check his injuries. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who had his head drooped, suddenly moved. The ice-glass sword pierced the man's chest without any hindrance. The Snow Lotus Chi art was activated, and the man with golden hair's body was instantly frozen. At the same time, Yin Ran, Cold Plum, and Ling Yixue attacked at the same time. "Meng, you actually betrayed me." The man with golden hair still did not understand what had happened. He burned his true essence with all his might and shattered the ice on his body. However, Ling Xiao did not give him a chance. "Shadow King kill." Puff! Another sword pierced the man with golden hair. Although the opponent avoided the vital parts, he was stabbed twice in a row. The first sword pierced his heart. Even if he was a martial master, he was not far from death. The man with golden hair was not thinking about fighting, but escaping. He did not want to die. Only by quickly finding a powerful alchemist or doctor could he save his life. As a martial master, he could only rely on his true essence to temporarily survive. However, Ling Xiao chased after him relentlessly, not giving him a chance to escape. "Brat, you're courting death." The man with golden hair had no choice but to turn around and punch Ling Xiao. However, Meng's corpse suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his punch. Ghost ship explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao used ghost ship explosion and crashed into the man with golden hair. After a loud explosion, the man with golden hair was covered in wounds. However, this guy was indeed a fugitive. He was still alive even in this state. Bull, roar, imperial sword technique, dual sword flight. Seeing that the opponent was about to escape, Ling Xiao used his killing move, bull, roar, doubling his attack power. At the same time, he used his strongest attack, the imperial sword technique. Although the imperial sword technique Black Iron Scrolls grade was not high, the imperial sword technique's attack power was much stronger than ordinary martial skills. Especially at such a close distance, Its power was not inferior to the attack of an early 7th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master. The first sword pierced the man with golden hair's back. The blood that had been stopped by true essence gushed out again. The second sword pierced through the man's neck. Chapter 159. After killing the golden-haired man, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and did not continue to fight. With Ling Yixue, a martial master, the remaining warriors were nothing to worry about. What he needed to do now was to recover just in case. This was because he could feel a terrifying aura a few hundred meters away from them. However, this person did not seem to be hostile, but he could not be careless. If a battle really broke out, he would be at the mercy of others in his current state. A moment later, the battle between Ling Yixue, Yin Ran, and Cold Plum was nearing its end. With Ling Yixue, a martial master at the early 7th level of the martial vein, the battle was very easy. 14 warriors were killed one after another. After that, Yin Ran and Cold Plum went to release all the slaves. Then, they burned down the entire fantasy pill factory. The flames burned the sky, and the entire sky turned fiery red. Other than the fantasy pills, there was nothing else of value in this fantasy pill factory. Only the golden-haired man and Meng, the two martial masters, had their storage rings removed by Ling Xiao. The four of them quickly retreated. They couldn't stay in this place for long. The flames soared into the sky. Soon, people would see them and come over. The four of them had gone through a battle. Although they didn't suffer any major injuries, they still consumed a lot of energy. If they were targeted by the enemy, it would be terrible. The four of them left the fantasy pill factory and went to a secluded place. Looking at the flames that soared into the sky in the distance, they were all a little excited. Yin Ran and Cold Plum were not only excited, they were also in disbelief. Such a bold and crazy operation had actually succeeded. Two martial masters at the early 7th level of the martial vein had obtained 20 military merits. 10 martial artists at the 6th level of the martial vein had obtained 40 military merits. 8 martial artists at the 5th level of the martial vein had obtained 24 military merits. They had destroyed nearly 5,000 gene of fantasy pills, according to the reward of 10 military merits per 1,000 gene. They had obtained 50 military merits. In addition to the 49 military merits they had obtained previously, they now had 183 military merits. It had only been a day. As expected, the greater the risk, the more they would obtain. This matter that seemed impossible to Yin Ran had actually been completed just like that. His eyes were a little absent-minded and filled with disbelief. This Ling Xiao was not only a genius in martial arts, he was also a calm and wise strategist. He was the one who came up with the entire plan. Of the two most difficult martial masters to deal with, one was seriously injured by him, and the other was killed by him through a sneak attack. This person was truly terrifying. However, Ling Xiao was frowning at this moment. This was because he could feel that the powerful aura from before had also followed them to the vicinity. However, it still maintained a distance of several hundred meters. This brat actually discovered me. A man in the dark stroked his chin and laughed. Luckily, Marshal Lin reminded me to protect this kid and not let anything happen to him. Who would have thought that he would be able to achieve such an impressive result against two martial masters? This fantasy pill factory has long been a thorn in Lin Shuai's side. It was actually removed by this brat. Good. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. I should go and do something. This kid really doesn't need my protection. He left. Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the aura leave. In fact, this battle did not cause much damage. Other than some injuries on Yin Ran and Cold Plum, Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao were unscathed. This also further confirmed Yin Ran's thoughts. Ling Xiao was not inferior to an early-stage, 7th-level martial vein realm martial master. In fact, he was even better in some aspects. He knew very well that even when Ling Xiao severely injured the martial master called Meng, he did not display his full strength. This person was simply too terrifying. This person was like a bottomless pit that could not be seen through. Let's not distribute the military merit points for now. We'll talk about it when we return to the latent dragon camp. Is that okay with you? Ling Xiao glanced at Yin Ran and Cold Plum and said, I'll listen to you, Captain. I'm fine with it too. Yin Ran now trusted and admired Ling Xiao, regardless of whether it was Ling Xiao's strength or character. He definitely did not believe that a person who dared to break the rules of the latent dragon camp for a maid would covet his military merits. In the storage ring, there was a rare top-grade martial art, 200 aura chi pills, and 100 low-grade spiritual stones. He gave Yin Ran and Cold Plum 20 aura chi pills and 10 low-grade spiritual stones, respectively. He gave Ling Yixue 60 aura chi pills and 40 low-grade spiritual stones. The rest of the items were all his. After all, he contributed the most in the battle against the martial master, so it was normal for him to receive the most. He did not need the rare top-grade martial art for the time being, so he gave it to Ling Yixue to cultivate. This was a top-grade palm technique, soul-seizing palm. Ling Yixue was good at palm techniques, and her soul power was strong. This palm technique was more suitable for her. Once Ling Yixue learned this palm technique, her battle prowess would increase, and she would be of more help to Ling Xiao. After obtaining the soul-seizing palm, Ling Yixue began to cultivate. Yin Ran and Cold Plum quickly treated their injuries. On the other hand, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and cultivated. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. He did not think that this delay would have a big impact. Less than a quarter of an hour after the four of them left the fantasy pill factory, dozens of figures appeared there. This also proved that Ling Xiao's judgment was correct. The fantasy pill dealer would not sit by and do nothing when their factory was destroyed. Boss, we've searched the factory. All the slaves in the fantasy pill factory have escaped. Our men have all been killed, and the fantasy pills have been burned. After a careful search, the subordinates reported to their leader. The two martial masters were also killed. The boss was a little surprised. Yes, boss. One of them died in a strange manner. I suspect that he was controlled by someone's soul power when he was alive. The other one was probably ambushed and ran away in a hurry, but he was killed by a flying sword. The subordinate analyzed. Do you know who did it? The boss was obviously enraged. He released his terrifying true essence, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. There was no doubt that he was also a martial master, and his strength was stronger than the two martial masters that Ling Xiao and the others had killed. Moreover, he was not just a little bit stronger. We don't know for now. I've never heard of such an expert in White Cloud Prefecture. The subordinate shook his head and said, however, the possibility of the border general's residence being involved is the highest. It's a pity that we don't have any evidence. Otherwise, we could directly go to the border general's residence to denounce them. Lindsay, the boss roared and punched the void. The air began to distort and then extended into the distance. The fantasy pill factory, which was originally on fire, was completely destroyed by this punch. The flames began to extinguish gradually. Boss, the dozens of figures around revealed a look of horror. Although their boss could not be compared to Lindsay and Wan Ben in their eyes, he was close to a god. Investigate. Boss, we've sent out many people. I believe there will be results soon. No matter who it is, even if it's Lindsay, if he dares to kill the Blue Eyes clan, he will die without a burial place. I will report this to the higher-ups. Does Lindsay really think that no one can deal with him? The boss revealed a vicious, angry, and sorrowful expression. Chapter 160. While Ling Zhao's team was carrying out their mission, the other teams were also carrying out their missions at the same time. Due to the meticulous planning this time, coupled with the fact that the operation was rather sudden, it caught the fantasy pill peddlers off guard. Many latent Dragon Camp disciples had gained a lot of military merit points from the battle. These people were all geniuses. In addition, they had experienced life and death battles before, so they were not afraid of such a real battle. However, after the initial panic and large number of casualties, the fantasy elixir dealers gradually stabilized their footing and sent experts to many places. At this moment, the latent Dragon Camp disciples began to suffer casualties. Soldiers were like this. From the day they joined the latent Dragon Camp, they should have known that it was very common to die on the battlefield. The young genius, Zhang Yuan, had followed the wrong team. In the end, he was abandoned by his team at the crucial moment and died tragically in the hands of the fantasy elixir dealers. He became the latent Dragon Camp's first sacrifice. Fortunately, the 12 Tiger Guards stopped most of the martial master experts. Otherwise, the casualties of the latent Dragon Camp geniuses would have been even more severe. Of course, in terms of casualties, their mission was very successful. This time, it could be said that they had dealt a serious blow to the fantasy elixir dealers' arrogance. Ling Xiao and the other three were still resting or cultivating. They had burned down the fantasy elixir factory of the Blue Eyes clan and had become a thorn in their side. It was a wise choice to take a break at this time. The night was quiet. The next morning, when the first ray of light shone on Ling Zhao's body, he opened his eyes. The earth energy of 5 martial veins has been transformed into true origin. Even if I encounter an early-stage martial vein, level 7 martial master, I can still fight without senior sister Yi Shui's help. Although he had severely injured and killed an early-stage martial vein level 7 martial master in this mission, he had done so in a timely manner. However, those were all special circumstances. The first idiot had abandoned his heroic spirit, which was equivalent to destroying his own strength. The second one had been killed by a sneak attack. At that time, if he were to face a martial spirit, heroic spirit, ninja spirit, and other similar martial spirits, he would have no chance of winning unless he used the corpse of the Herculean ape. He could only run for his life. However, it was different now. Even if he were to face an early 7th level martial vein realm martial master head-on, he would not be afraid at all. As long as he used his full strength, he would definitely have a 50% chance of winning. A true half-step martial master was a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, with at least 5 martial veins transformed into true essence. Previously, his combat strength had reached the required level, but after all, it wasn't enough. Now, he was truly a half-step martial master. Let's go. We'll continue our mission today. After eating some food, the team of 4 left their hiding place and moved on to their next target. There was a village about 2 or 3 miles ahead of them on the path they were traveling. As this village was close to Sky Cloud City, most of the villagers were practitioners, but the strongest was only at the 3rd level of the martial vein. These people naturally wanted to become great practitioners one day, but at this stage, they relied on the strength of practitioners to hunt and farm, so they were considered farmers. Their village had always been very quiet and stood aloof from worldly affairs. They didn't even know the dangers of the world and didn't know how terrifying the illusion pill was. They also didn't feel that the foreign races were very scary. In the morning, a group of people came to the village. and the leader was called the boss by the rest. These people were made up of Green Eyes Clan and Ninja Clan. There were a total of 30 of them, and the weakest was at the 4th level of the martial vein. They were even stronger than the strongest in the village. Capture the young woman and kill the rest. The boss waved his hand lightly and revealed a cruel smile. Sir, please show mercy. We really didn't do anything to let you down. The old village chief knelt on the ground and begged the boss. Ha ha, you didn't do anything, but who asked you to be a human? Humans deserve to die. The boss laughed out loud. In the past, when he was in a bad mood, he would find a human village and massacre it. Of course, he would take away the young and beautiful women. He had probably massacred more than 10 villages, and he was too lazy to keep track of them. Lin Zhe once asked the ambassador of the Green Eyes clan to hand him over. However, the ambassador didn't listen to Lin Zhe and only fined him a month's salary, saying it was a punishment. Even so, he hated humans even more. Not only did he not restrain his actions, but he became even more aggressive. This time, his illusion pill factory was destroyed, and he was furious. Naturally, he would find a village to vent his anger. Kill. The boss revealed a crazy smile. Suddenly, a bright firework flew into the sky and exploded. Everyone knew that it was a signal, but many organizations used the same signal, so the boss sitting there couldn't tell which organization sent it. Only the disciples of the latent dragon camp knew that there was a special color in the firework that belonged to the latent dragon camp. When the firework flew up, a person walked out of the forest. It was a young man with a strong body that didn't look human. He was one of the deputy commanders of the latent dragon camp, Shirley. Shirley was in a team with another deputy commander, but they just got separated in the forest. When he came to the village, he happened to see the Green Eyes clan and the Ninja clan killing the villagers, so he sent a signal for help and stood out. The opponents were very strong. The boss was a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. The 2 subordinates on his left and right were martial masters at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. Facing 3 martial masters at the 7th level martial vein, even Shirley knew that he was in big trouble. He was only a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. At most, he would face a martial master of the same strength or a slightly stronger one. In this situation, he was almost doomed. The reason why he stood out was that he didn't want the villagers to be slaughtered. Of course, he also hoped that the latent dragon camp disciples or the 12 tiger guards nearby would see the signal and come to help. Is that a signal for help? With Ling Zhao's sharp senses, it was impossible for him not to notice such a signal. Moreover, they were heading in this direction. Let's go. As a disciple of the latent dragon camp, we can't leave them to die. Ling Zhao didn't hesitate and immediately flew out with the soaring cloud steps. Now that the other 3 people were following his lead, they naturally didn't hesitate and followed him closely. During the flight, Ling Zhao had entered the soul immersion state and roughly saw the situation over there. It was fine if he didn't look. With one glance, he bit his gums until they bled. You're worse than pigs and dogs. You really deserve to die. Not only did they use the fantasy elixir to poison the human martial artists, they even killed civilians. This kind of behavior was the most despicable to Ling Zhao. When he killed the fantasy elixir dealer, he was a little hesitant about whether it was right to do so and whether he could persuade them to be kind. But at this moment, he completely cut off this thought. These people must be killed without mercy. On the other side, Shirley was in great danger. Chapter 161. No matter how strong Shirley was, he was only an early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial master. He had already been shot several times, and his clothes were already stained with blood. Even so, Shirley had no intention of retreating. He even pounced in the direction of the village and attacked the executioners who were killing the villagers. A few hundred meters away from the village, there was a small team led by young Master Morome. This guy led a team of 10 people, but he had no intention of helping Shirley. Instead, he was watching from the side. It was fine if he was just afraid, but what disgusted Ling Xiao was that he had a mocking smile on his face. However, there were also hot-blooded good men like young Master Morome. A small team of 8 people joined the battle. Although the strongest person in this team was only at the peak of the 6th martial vein realm, they did not hesitate to help. After that, another team joined in. There were about 10 of them. Their participation boosted Shirley's morale. He was fighting 2 early-stage, 7th martial vein realm martial masters alone, and he was even braver. Damn you little things. The boss of the Blue Eyes clan finally stood up. With a gentle wave of his hand, 7 or 8 latent Dragon Camp disciples were sent flying. 3 of them died on the spot. The other 4 or 5 were seriously injured and unconscious. They could no longer fight. The rest of the fantasy elixir dealers wanted to take the opportunity to kill the latent Dragon Camp disciples. However, what greeted them was a dazzling and sharp sword light. Ling Xiao had arrived. He increased his speed to the extreme, and even Ling Yixue could not keep up. Even so, he only managed to save a few of his seriously injured companions. Boss, that kid knows how to use the Imperial Sword technique. A person standing beside the boss of the Blue Eyes clan exclaimed. In fact, the boss of the Blue Eyes clan already had his eyes on Ling Xiao. Kid, are you the one who destroyed our fantasy elixir factory? The boss of the Blue Eyes clan stopped attacking and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Once he stopped, the rest of the latent Dragon Camp disciples were relieved. Those who were seriously injured were also rescued. After a while, Ling Yixue arrived and joined the battle without saying a word. She stopped an early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial master and shared the pressure for Shirley. In a one-on-one battle, Shirley was not at all inferior. On top of that, the fantasy elixir seller who had launched the sneak attack was also being held back by the other latent Dragon Camp disciples. Therefore, he was like a dragon that had entered the ocean. He was alive. The owner of the Blue Eyes race didn't care about the situation over there. It was as if he only had eyes for Ling Xiao. When he thought that this kid in front of him might be the one who burned down his fantasy pill factory, he was furious. Ah, that's right. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, there was not much difference between admitting it and lying. This was because this martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein would definitely not forgive him just because of a single sentence. Since you admit it, then die. Today, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. Crazy laughter rang out in the village that was ablaze. At this moment, the green-eyed boss no longer cared about the villagers. Those villagers were saved by the disciples of the latent Dragon Camp. Een Ran and Cold Plum also joined the ranks because they were very clear about their own strength. It was absolutely impossible for them to be a match for a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. They might not even be a match for him. If they went up, they would only cause trouble. I don't even have a 10% chance of winning against a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. However, there was no change in his expression. At worst, he could just use the corpse of the Herculean ape again. It was just that the corpse of the Herculean ape could deal with a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. Against a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, it could at most cause some damage to him, but it still couldn't kill him. Ling Xiao wouldn't use it easily until the last moment. Junior brother, I'll help you. Brother Ling, I'll help you too. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to stall the green-eyed boss at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, he suddenly saw Ling Yixue and Shi Lei move over. He turned his head and saw that the other two martial masters at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein had been surrounded by the rest of the latent dragon camp disciples. Although these latent dragon camp disciples were only at the peak of the 5th to 6th level martial vein, they were all geniuses, 3 or 4 at the peak of the 6th level martial vein, and a few at the 5th level martial vein could trap a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. Perhaps they couldn't win, but it was enough to stall for time. Everyone understood that the green-eyed boss, who was at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, was the key to this battle. If this person died, the battle would be over. If he didn't die, no matter how many latent dragon camp disciples there were, they would still have to die. Ha ha, do you think you can stop me by adding 2 more good-for-nothings? The green-eyed boss laughed loudly. He didn't care about the 2 martial veins at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein at all. Senior sister, remember not to use the thing I gave you before. Just use it at the critical moment. After all, you're not very familiar with it yet. When the battle began, Ling Xiao whispered in Ling Yixue's ear. Then, the 3 of them got into position and prepared for battle. Thunder hammer. Crack. It was really like a thunder roar. The green-eyed boss waved his hand, and a forging hammer wrapped in purple-blue electric current smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. You two don't have to worry about me. Just protect yourselves. Seeing that Ling Yixue and Shi Lei were showing signs of approaching him, Ling Xiao let out a low shout and retreated quickly. Although he was definitely not a match for a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, he had no problem dodging with his outstanding movement technique. Boom! The forging hammer lost its target and smashed into the ground. A huge crack immediately appeared in the ground, and the surrounding ground was trembling. Good fellow, is this the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein? It's really terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that if he was hit by this hammer, even if he had the 9 transformation golden body technique, he would be smashed into meat paste. Dodging was a very smart choice. The green-eyed boss cried out in surprise because he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a peerless movement technique. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Kid, I admit that you have some ability, but if you want to avoid my killing move with just this, you're dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, an electric dragon emerged from the cracked ground. Its speed was so fast that it left people speechless. Even Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it in an instant. It was impossible for Shi Lei and Ling Yixue to save him. They watched in shock as the electric dragon pounced at Ling Xiao, but they were powerless to do anything. However, Ling Xiao's face was indifferent, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. Suddenly, a giant sword descended from the sky and split the electric dragon apart. The scattered electric currents scattered in all directions, but they were unable to cause any damage. Giant sword spirit. The green-eyed boss was shocked. Not only did Ling Xiao accurately predict the appearance of the electric dragon, but he also summoned the giant sword spirit. This made it difficult for him to accept. Wrong. This is called the giant sword martial spirit. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't forget to devour the spirit of the green-eyed clan called Meng. For an ordinary martial artist, 2 or 3 martial spirits were already the limit. If there were more, the soul wouldn't be able to withstand it, and the body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, for Ling Xiao, who possessed the Mountain River martial spirit, he didn't have to worry about this. The Mountain River martial spirit was all-encompassing and contained everything. not to mention a few martial spirits. Even dozens or hundreds of martial spirits could be accommodated. Chapter 162. For Ling Xiao, now was the time to collect a large number of martial spirits. He really liked to see these opponents with martial spirits, heroic spirits, and ninja spirits. Although 50% of the giant sword's remnant soul was not as good as a complete martial spirit, it was not a problem for it to break through the lightning dragon. After all, that was only a secret move of the blue-eyed race's boss after his attack. Its power was generally not too strong. In the distance, Een Ran, who was fighting with the illusion pill dealer, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the appearance of the giant sword martial spirit. He was glad that he followed Ling Xiao. This person was truly terrifying. Too terrifying. In front of Ling Xiao, the talent of the rest of the people was not worth mentioning. Although Ling Xiao was not strong yet, as long as he did not die and continued to develop, he would definitely become a hero among men in the future. The blue-eyed race boss looked at Ling Xiao and thought to himself, this kid's movement technique is outstanding, and he also has a giant sword martial spirit. It won't be easy to kill him. It's better to kill the two early-stage, 7th-level martial vein martial masters first before focusing on dealing with this kid. His judgment was correct. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Soul-seizing palm. Ling Yixue took advantage of the moment when the blue-eyed race boss was stunned to activate the rare martial art she had just learned. Coupled with her terrifying soul force, even a martial artist at the peak of the 7th-level martial vein would not dare to underestimate her. Elephant strike. Shirley did not hesitate either. His fists formed a strange move. When he punched out, it was like a giant elephant charging forward. One could even faintly hear the sound of a giant elephant. Two early-stage 7th-level martial vein martial masters attacked the blue-eyed race boss together. This person frowned slightly. Even he would not dare to take these two moves head-on. Otherwise, he would really fail miserably. Break for me. The blue-eyed race boss roared. He waved the thunder hammer in his hand and smashed it at Shirley. At the same time, he leaped up and kicked at Ling Yixue. His body was suspended in midair, looking somewhat strange. This ability to stay in the air was truly terrifying. At this moment, he had already begun to burn his true essence because he wanted to end the battle quickly. In any case, there were no side effects of a martial master burning his true essence. Of course, Ling Yixue and Shirley had also burned their true essence. They did not hide this point. Boom! When the hammer of thunder was struck by the elephant bash, Shirley felt as if he had crashed into a mountain. His body was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Pa! At the same time, the owner of the Blue Eyes race kicked Ling Yixue's palm. Ling Yixue's body glowed with rainbow-colored light. It was the defensive martial art of the 7-colored cloud cloak, a top-notch defensive martial art. Therefore, although Ling Yixue was also sent flying, she didn't vomit blood. Her face only paled slightly. This time, the blue-eyed race's boss had used most of his power on Shirley, so Shirley was heavily injured. On the other hand, Ling Yixue only suffered some minor internal injuries. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein was indeed worthy of his reputation. Fighting 1 against 2, he easily crushed 2 early-stage 7th-level martial vein realm martial masters. However, he had clearly underestimated Ling Yixue's soul-seizing palm. The moment he landed on the ground, the Blue-Eyed Clan's boss's legs trembled. His vision turned black, and his brain went into a temporary coma. This was the terrifying aspect of the soul-seizing palm. The owner of the Blue Eyes race knew about this. However, he didn't know that Ling Yixue was a Spiritas, and that her soul power was stronger than the average Spiritas. This time, he really felt like he had failed miserably at an easy task. Bull roar, Shadow King kill, Ghost ship wave breaker, Giant sword descend. How could Ling Xiao miss such a good opportunity? The continuous combination of moves made the martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm exhausted. The Shadow King kill pierced through the chest of the blue-eyed race's boss. Unfortunately, the other party managed to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. The ghost ship wave breaker crashed into the blue-eyed race's boss, causing blood to seep out of his mouth. The giant sword descended from the sky and left a bone-deep wound on the shoulder of the blue-eyed race's boss. However, it was a pity. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm was not an early-stage martial master. Even though Ling Xiao's combination of moves was terrifying, it still didn't kill him in the end. Dash! Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. The blue-eyed race's boss was about to go crazy. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm was actually injured by a 6th level martial vein realm martial artist. Moreover, the injury was very serious. His self-esteem was obviously severely damaged. Amidst the angry roar, the blue-eyed race's boss finally used the hero spirit that he didn't intend to use, Thunder God. Behind him, a shadow holding the Thunder God's hammer appeared. It had golden hair and a golden armor. It was about 4 meters tall and majestic. Fortunately, it's just a broken hero spirit. Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. Even though the Thunder God, hero spirit of the blue-eyed race's boss, was very powerful, it was only a broken hero spirit after all. It was still much weaker than a complete hero spirit. This way, it wouldn't be too difficult for him. The appearance of the Thunder God's remnant spirit made many latent Dragon Camp disciples sweat for Ling Xiao. And the other two. Lei was seriously injured and temporarily unable to attack. He was taking the opportunity to heal himself. Ling Yixue was also injured. Although it wasn't very serious, it would definitely affect her. Ling Xiao was unscathed. However, the series of attacks just now failed to kill the martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm. Now that this guy had summoned a broken hero spirit, it was even more difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, didn't think so. Under the state of soul imprint, Ling Xiao knew very well that his previous attacks not only had an effect, but they were also very effective. The blue-eyed race boss seemed to be powerful, but in fact, his strength was severely damaged because of his serious injuries. Moreover, the blue-eyed clan's boss now had a fatal weakness. If he seized the opportunity, it was not impossible to kill him. They still had some tricks up their sleeves. Brother Sure, eat this. Your injuries will heal faster. Taking advantage of the fact that the blue-eyed race boss couldn't attack for the time being, Ling Xiao casually threw something to Lei, a 500-year-old golden snow lotus. Lei was shocked. This thing was too expensive. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. This was definitely a holy medicine for healing. At least, it was much better than many so-called healing elixirs. Now is not the time to be polite. Eat it. Ling Xiao did not wait for Lei to decline and added. Lei nodded and ate the golden snow lotus in one bite. He continued to heal himself. In the dark, young Master Morong, who had been hiding and watching, suddenly brightened up. Ling Xiao has a golden snow lotus. Although it's only a 500-year-old one, it's not bad. After I kill this guy, the snow lotus will be mine. At this moment, young Master Morong didn't plan to help. Instead, he was thinking about Ling Xiao's golden snow lotus. Listen up. Follow me to kill Ling Xiao later. We'll split the loot equally. Morong, no matter what, He's a disciple of the latent dragon camp. Even if we don't help him, we can't kick him when he's down. In this team, there was still someone with a conscience. However, as soon as he said that, a red dot appeared on his throat. Tian Guang attacked and killed him instantly. Well done, Brother Tian. Young Master Morong smiled. Do any of you have any objections? No. The rest of them didn't dare to have any objections. They were in the wilderness. If they were killed, they could blame it on the fantasy elixir dealer. The latent dragon camp wouldn't be able to find out. They didn't want to be killed by Tian Guang or young Master Morong. Chapter 163. At this time, although Ling Xiao knew where Morong Xiao's team was, he didn't know about their conspiracy. Novel. His mind was completely focused on the blue-eyed boss in front of him. Die. The blue-eyed boss attacked. But his target was not the seriously injured Shirley, nor was it the pale-faced Ling Yixue. It was Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. It was this kid who destroyed his fantasy pill factory. It was also this kid who injured him in the battle just now. The blue-eyed boss, who summoned the remnant soul of the Thunder God, was faster than Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao's attempt to dodge his attack with his body technique advantage was tantamount to a fool's dream. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't plan to do so. He had a better plan. After all, he wasn't fighting alone, and the blue-eyed boss was currently fighting 1 against 3. Ling Xiao's figure retreated quickly, attracting all the blue-eyed boss attention. Where do you think you're going? Thunder Hammer. The blue-eyed boss instantly sped up. The thunder hammer in his hand shone with a purple-blue light, and the remnant soul of the thunder god behind him also flashed with lightning. Although it was the same move, the power was several times stronger. No one present could block this attack, including Ling Xiao, so he didn't plan to block it. The purple-blue hammer was about to hit Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the blue-eyed clan's boss slowed down, and his movements became sluggish. He glanced over his shoulder in horror. He saw a woman with snake hair appear behind Ling Yixue. The snake hair woman's spirit. He recognized this spirit. It was his subordinate spirit, just like the giant sword spirit. What was going on? Why did his subordinate's spirit appear on these people? What was going on? This question only stayed in his mind for a short while because he didn't have the time to figure it out. If the snake hair woman's spirit became a complete spirit, it would evolve into a Medusa's spirit. Those eyes could petrify the enemy. The reason why his body was so sluggish was because of the snake-haired spirit. However, his cultivation was relatively high, so only some stiff spots appeared on the surface of his skin, causing his speed to slow down, but not completely petrified. Even so, his heart was terrified to the extreme, because he knew that the kid opposite him would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. Terrifying finger, of course. Ling Xiao would not let go of such a good opportunity. He had long seen that the soul of the Blue Eyes clan's boss was severely damaged and could not recover. Therefore, he had long prepared this terrifying finger attack. This was a move he had comprehended from the blue-clothed girl he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. As Ling Xiao thrust out his finger, quintessential essence condensed into a thin line in the air. This thin line condensed from quintessential essence even wrapped around the soul strength that Ling Xiao was so proud of. Puchi, the boss of the Blue Eyes race, dodged the fatal blow at the last moment, but his ear was pierced. However, in the next moment, he suddenly fell into a trance. His soul, which was already severely damaged, was once again severely damaged. The terrifying part of the terrifying finger, other than its terrifying lethality, was the damage to the soul hidden in its lethality. Back then, Ling Xiao had only used his Gang Qi to forcefully perform this move, so its power was not considered too strong. However, he was now burning his quintessential essence to perform this move. The terrifying power was definitely much stronger than Ling Yixue's soul-seizing palm. The boss of the Blue Eyes race fell straight to the ground. His burly body smashed a deep hole in the ground. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the latent Dragon Camp disciples. As for the rest of the fantasy elixir dealers, they were frightened and thought that the end had come. Although that finger attack was powerful, it did not hit the vital part. Why did the boss of the Blue Eyes race suddenly lose consciousness? Tian Guang, who was hiding in the dark, asked curiously. It should be Ling Yixue's credit. I didn't expect Ling Yixue to have 50% of the snake-haired woman's remnant soul. When we kill Ling Xiao later, if she is beside him, don't do anything. Master Morong still thought that Ling Xiao was just SOSO. The truly terrifying one was Ling Yixue. Brother Morong, the boss of the Blue Eyes race, is about to die. Should we continue to wait? Tian Guang asked again. How is that possible? This military merit is very generous and easy to obtain. Whoever doesn't want it is a fool. Master Morong chuckled and looked at the boss of the Blue Eyes race through the gaps in the forest. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This peak level 7 martial vein, martial master's head will be mine. After using the terrifying finger, Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of his soul power. Therefore, he needed to rest for a while and did not immediately pursue. Ling Yixue had the same idea. Shirley had not recovered yet. At this moment, a person suddenly flew out of the forest and waved the scimitar in his hand, slashing towards the neck of the boss of the Blue Eyes race. Tian Guang, you're shameless. Shirley opened his eyes. He had almost recovered. After all, he had the golden snow lotus, so his recovery speed was much faster. However, Tian Guang's speed was too fast. It was too late for him to stop him. Tian Guang did not care whether Shirley was angry or not. Whoever killed, this guy would get the credit. He waved his scimitar in an attempt to cut off the head of the boss of the Blue Eyes race. Under the transcendent realm, without a head, one would not be able to live. Bang! However, the moment his provocation succeeded, the boss of the Blue Eyes race suddenly opened his eyes. The thunder hammer in his hand smashed onto Tian Guang's chest at an extremely fast speed. At such a close distance, Tian Guang could not dodge at all. A large hole was blasted in his body, and the flesh inside was burnt. In just an instant, the former 9th captain, a genius warrior with the cultivation of the peak level 6 martial vein realm, died just like that. Ling Xiao calmly took the remnant soul of the blood saber from Tian Guang's body into his mountain river martial spirit. No one saw this scene. After all, strictly speaking, a martial spirit was also a kind of soul. It just did not have its own consciousness. At least, Ling Xiao had not seen anyone who could see souls. Retreat. The boss of the Blue Eyes race who killed Tian Guang was also nearing the end of his life. Not to mention the injuries on his body. If the injuries to his soul were not treated in time, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he had to escape. However, he escaped, but those fantasy pill dealers were in trouble. They were unexpectedly hacked to death by the latent Dragon Camp's disciples. Little bastard, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The boss of the Blue Eyes race did not care about the lives of his subordinates because he could not even protect himself at this time. Do you really think you still have a chance? Ling Xiao transformed into an ice dragon and chased after him. It was true that the other party was faster than him before, but with his soul injured again, he could not even summon the broken thunder god spirit. His current speed was not as fast as him. Under such circumstances, how could he let the other party go and give him a chance to take revenge in the future? Ling Zhao's speed was too fast. Ling Yixue wanted to chase after him, but because of the exhaustion, her feet trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Miss Ling, you stay and recuperate. I'll go help Brother Ling. Shirley glanced at Ling Yixue and sped up to chase after them. However, what surprised him was that after chasing for more than 10 meters, the two people in front of him had disappeared. The speed of these two people was a little too fast.